Here we will simply roll on. It is interesting to note that our own honorable members in the House of Representatives are also part of this committee on review of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. And by the time we get started, we may have the opportunity in highlighting and identifying the presence and the participation of certain key characters in this country regarding this great project. Bear with us. When we came in, we noticed that there was a challenge with the cooling system, but I think we have been able to overcome the devil. The air conditioning system seems to be working now, and it will remain like that by the grace of God all through the program. We are only doing these initial commentaries to show you that we are aware that you are entitled to some attention and to some welcome. I know that our protocol officers are fully engaged in making sure that there are reasonable provisions for our guests, our brothers, our sisters, those whom the amendment is meant for. I am aware that our brother Felix Ndukwe and his group will never get tired of us, because the demand on them today will show that there will be no dull moments. I can see the members from the National Assembly moving around to liaise with us to ensure that everything is working according to their program this afternoon. And so if the band is still awake, do me a favor, Prince Mark on the name. Thank you very much. Yeah, Felix, thank you very much. Take it from there.
I need thee, Lord, I need thee. Every I need thee. Oh, bless me now, my Savior. I come to thee. I need thee, Lord, I need thee. Every hour I need thee. Oh, bless me now, my Savior. I come to thee.
Where are you quickly?
I need thee, Lord, I need thee. Every hour I need thee. Oh, bless me, Lord, Savior. I come to thee. I need thee every hour. Most precious, oh tender voice like thine. I need thee.
Ladies and gentlemen, any moment from now, His Excellency, Distinguished Senator Hope Uzodinma, will join us here leading his co-host, the Governor of Abia State, and of course, the special guest of honor, the Deputy Speaker, House of Representatives and Chairman, House Committee on Review of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Ladies and gentlemen,
check. Right, see.
Ladies and gentlemen, gentlemen, join me with a rousing welcome to His Excellency, distinguished Senator Hope Uzodinma, together with Right Honorable Benjamin Okejekano CFR, the Governor of Imo State, Amwoyoko,
Yes.
CON, is arriving together with the Chairman of the House Committee on Constitution Review and Deputy Speaker, House of Representatives. I am aware that the members of the Imo State House of Assembly are already there to receive His Excellency and his entourage.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. We are trying to bring to your attention that any moment from now, our executive governor of Imo State, distinguished Senator Dr. Hope Uzodinma, company of our own Right Honorable Benjamin Kalu,
May we rise to
Number 2. Uchoma iye chukukuru yombo ya gebe oye puri moti yawa karaka ake uchoma me una wane na wane ebu this big house of bread yano mo yoko wane na wane ofu debe ni mo ake uchoma iye chukukuru ọbụ ya ga-eme ọ bụ onye pụrụ igbochi ọnwa kara aka aka ekpuchi ọnwa ice ịhụ nwanne na nwanne ọma oyoko ya na Benjamin Kanu nwanne na nwanne ofu dede aka ekpuchi ọnwa ihe chukukuru ọbụ ya ga-eme onye pụrụ igbochi ọnwa kara aka.
Can we remain seated for a while? Please, may we request that we identify our sitting provisions. Their Excellencies are already here in the house, and we intend to commence this event officially and appropriately. Please, the loitering will not be the best for this great event. Ladies and gentlemen, as you hear my voice, may we, as the program is being made available,
thank you, most distinguished ladies and gentlemen. We have in our midst right now the distinguished senator, the most distinguished senator, Hope Uzodinma, our own dear executive governor, in company of Right Honorable Benjamin Kalu, who incidentally is the chairman of this particular constitutional review today, and members of his entourage. Thank you very much.
Distinguished sons and daughters of Imo and Abia states, may we rise for the national anthem. Seated. Your Excellency, distinguished Senator, Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I have been directed by the Secretariat of the House of Representatives to request that we do a 1-minute silence for our former late head of state, Your Excellency, the Governor of Imo State. You moderate accordingly, sir, Your Excellency.
May the soul of the former president, President Bola, President Muhammadu Buhari, and the souls of all the faithful departed through the mercy of God rest in peace.
Hello, T. Give me G. G. Everyone maka no wa. Ana so one day na ya. Ana so one day na ya. One day now, one day. Oh, food day. One day now, one day. Imo State, Abia State. Have a one day now, one day. Imo State, Abia State. Have a one day now, one day. Honorable member, son. Deputy Speaker, House of Rep, Your Excellency Benjamin Wokoma, Ekelemgi, Omoyoko, Ojuse Mogoi, Oya Chimada say, Young Oriomo, one day now, one day.
To our seats, please.
Everyone Namaka, everyone Namaka, no one. Anazo one day na ya. Me. Anazo one day na. Ice.
Thank you very much, Brother Felix Ndukwe. Please, I crave your indulgence. If you're walking in, you do not constitute nuisance, just quietly go and find yourself a seat somewhere. This event is already on, and we should not make a jest of it. Please, kindly make yourself comfortable wherever you find yourself. Thank you.
Yeah.
Very distinguished ladies and gentlemen, Ohaneze ndi Igbo niile nọ here. Ono ma Imo State na Abia nwanne all these years. Today has afforded us a wonderful opportunity for both of us, the both states coming under the same roof, to make proclamations. Therefore, please, if you see anyone that is coming from Abia, please kindly welcome the person very well and make them comfortable. Thank you very much. Brother Felix Ndukwe, please keep giving us wonderful renditions while we put one or two things together.
Abia State, Imo State, Amorum Nabia State, Mbiane Rijuafo, Nimo State. We chori Johannes Ebereba today. One na one o food dead, Kedenke Kama, Abo. Unochi him get walkway. Asim one day na one day oh food dead Kedenke Kama Abo. Everyone namaka no wa anazo one day na ya me anazo one day na ya kwaya kwa Abia Imo Abia you tell them? What can onye si n'aka ya kepụta Imo steeti na-abịa ya si n'aka Imo steeti kepụtara anya abịa nwanne na nwanne bụ Fudede onye m chetara ugbu a of the blessed memory Dede Samombakwe Governor Karaka Omar him talk am koro haneze. Bring it down. Many airports in Nigeria was built by federal government, Mabo state government. Mana Imo State airport far back was built by individuals' contributions. Bende patrege Jophobia Lolo. Ekelela mo Benjamin Wokoma, Your Excellency. Wokoma Moronabia. Felix Ndupeke Legi Wokenwa. Ekelela mo Yoko. Ojuse Mogoy. Bring it down. Ishina Fire Service. Jeba Lumahia.
Hello.
Also was a Sarara. Street lights everywhere. Anakokwa keba.
Hello.
Onye mere ya onwa. Onye onwa. Onye loro ya onwa.
Hello.
Onye onwa. Onye loro ya onwa. Onye onwa. Onye loro ya onwa. Bring it down. Igakwana Federal.
Hello.
Anyewela Southeast Development Commission.
Hello.
Onye passed the motion. Benjamin Kalo. Onye Chukwu mereze. Onye mere ya Kano. Onye mere ya Kalo. Benjamin Kalo. Onye mere ya Kalo. Onye mere ya Kalo. Ezi wanda maka nowa. Anazo wande na ya. Anazo wande.
Your Excellencies, Distinguished Senator Hope Uzodinma, Governor Imo State, Your Excellency, the Deputy Speaker, House of Representatives, and Chairman, House Committee on Constitution Review, distinguished members of that committee, our distinguished senators, all distinguished ladies and gentlemen from Imo and Abia states here seated, ladies and gentlemen. Your Excellency, the Governor, permit me, sir, to introduce the Deputy Speaker and members of his committee before we invite him to make his welcome address. Ladies and gentlemen, for purposes of protocol, join me to welcome a worthy son of Nigeria, the Deputy Speaker and Chairman House Committee on Constitution Review of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Hello. Ladies and gentlemen, Right Honorable Benjamin Okezie Kalu, CFR. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I am aware that in the membership of that committee is also the deputy chairman of that committee, a daughter of the soil, Right Honorable Princess Miriam Odinaka Onoha. Your Excellencies, permit me to now move the microphone for other members of the committee to please introduce themselves.
Your Excellency, the Executive Governor of Imo State, Your Excellency, the Chairman of this occasion, Benjamin Okezie Kalu, the Deputy Speaker of the House of Representatives, Distinguished Senator Osita Ozinaso, my respected colleagues, members of this committee, I am Abubakar Hassan Fulata. I am from Jigawa State, and I represent the people of Berniwa, Krikasama, Guri Federal Constituency, and a member of this committee. Thank you very much.
Your Excellency, the Governor of Imo State, the Deputy Speaker and the Chairman of the committee, our distinguished Senator, my honorable colleagues, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. My name is Honorable Prince Bayo Balogun, member representing Ibeju Lekki Federal Constituency. I am from Lagos State. Thank you.
Yeah.
Sitting on well-established protocols, my name is Gaza Jonathan Befi, and I'm a Gbagi Igbo man from Nasarawa State, and I represent the people of Karu, Kefi, Kokonafara constituency of Nasarawa State. Igbo Kwenu. Thank you very much.
Your Excellency, the Executive Governor of Imo State, Your Excellency, the Speaking Deputy Speaker of the 10th Assembly, distinguished Senator, my distinguished colleagues, Mr. Speaker of the Imo State House of Assembly, ladies and gentlemen. Ndekana hambo Jinja onwusibe. Abum de nochitanya ndị isi ala ngwa North na ndị isi ala ngwa South la Abuja. Abukwanum, a member of this committee representing Abia State. Ndewo.
Your Excellency, the Executive Governor of Imo State, Your Excellency, the Deputy Speaker and the Chairman, Constitution Review Committee for the 10th House of Representatives, the Speaker, Imo House of Assembly, your most distinguished Senator of the Federal Republic, Senator Izunaso Ezimo, Umuname kelele munne, Ahamwo Henry Nwawuba, and by the grace of God, His Excellency has donated me to the National Assembly, where I am currently serving as the Executive Secretary for the National Assembly Library and Resource Center.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, that was a quick introduction and acknowledgement of the membership of the House Committee on the Constitution Review. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I think it is fit and proper to inform all of us that there is a man whose current name across Nigeria is now the Roadmaster. A man who insists that the life of Imo people should now be digitalized. Ladies and gentlemen, I am saying a man who gives a generation hope. He is the chief host of this great event. Put your hands together as I welcome His Excellency, distinguished Senator Hope Uzodimma.
The conqueror, the lion is here. Zobu, zobu, baby, bye. Toya dike, toya dike, awa yoko dima, toya dike, hiya jamana dike, ego sekido, umerendo kasi, political wetibo, ebube dike ọnwa oyokome ice ọnwa were wait political wait.
Thank you very much, Felix Ndukwe. Ladies and gentlemen, the acknowledgement of the governor of Imo State is a precise way of acknowledging everybody from Imo State. And that is what we have done. I am aware of the cutting across board of the presence of even the Imo House of Assembly, the traditional institution, Executive Council, all our leaders, they are all seated here. Ladies and gentlemen, there is a man who is the owner of this place, the Obi Ndieze, the chairman of the Council of Traditional Rulers of Imo and Southeast. It is important to acknowledge his presence, the man who has donated this place by the authority of His Excellency the Governor. Join me to welcome Ezimo, His Royal Highness Dr. E.C. Okeke, CFR. As we go, if there is need for us to do individual acknowledgements depending on responsibilities, we will certainly do that. We are now ready to take the welcome address for this August event, even though we are still in July. May I humbly invite the Deputy Speaker, House of Representatives of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, and the Chairman, House Committee on Constitutional Review, Right Honorable Benjamin Okeke Okezie Carlo, CFR, to please step forward to present his welcome address. Your Excellency, sir.
Anakokwaka oke nwa mụrụ na labia Benjamin Carlo o nwere asụsụ ọ na-asụ asụsụ ahụ bụ Chineke m ka asị m gị ka ọ bụ asụsụ Benjamin Carlo m nke ọma.
Your Excellency, my big brother, in whom I'm well pleased, His Excellency Hope Uzodimma, Governor of Imo State, the Chairman, Progressive Governors Forum of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, the Chairman, Southeast Governors Forum, a man who wears three hats. Distinguished senators here present, especially my own brother and friend, Senator Osita Izunaso, the Deputy Chairman of the Imo Abia Center of Constitution Review Committee, Honorable Princess Miriam Odenako Onoha, other members of this committee here present, my colleagues from across Nigeria, members of the Imo and Abia House of Assembly here present, their speakers, representative of their speakers, Chief Chris Uche, SAN, the consultant to the Committee on Constitution Review, and who heads the subcommittee on electoral matters here present, distinguished delegations to this program, using Right Honorable Stanley Ohajiroka, ED, Southeast Development Commission, and other commissioners here present, revered traditional rulers here present, starting from Eze Imo, the heads of the faith-based organization, and various other stakeholders here present from different sectors, gentlemen of the press, ladies and gentlemen. It is with immense pride in Nigeria's democratic journey that I welcome you to this historic zonal public hearing in Owerri, the heartland of the southeast and Nigeria. This is not just a gathering, it is a national conversation. It is the voice of the people shaping the destiny of our great nation. Nigeria's journey since independence has been a continuous quest for a constitutional order that truly reflects the aspirations and diversity of its people. From the Clifford Constitution of 1922 to the 1999 Constitution, each first has sought to address the evolving needs, the evolving challenges of our society. Yet, we recognize that no constitution is ever truly perfect or truly finished. It must remain a living document, one that adapts to the realities of our times, the hope of its people, and the demands of good governance. The 2025 constitutional review process is without doubt the most comprehensive, the most inclusive in our nation's history. Our mandate is clear: to close the gaps in our legal system, to strengthen our institutions, and ensure that every Nigerian, regardless of state, status, or gender, is fairly represented and protected under the law. This is the sacred duty, and one we do not take lightly. Ladies and gentlemen, it is expected that I bring you up to speed on the journey so far. Since our inauguration in February of last year, 2024, this committee has embraced an approach rooted in transparency, rooted in broad consultation, and rooted in rigorous debate. We have held retreats, we have held sectorial engagement with the judiciary, high-level dialogues on security, high-level dialogues and international collaborations to advance gender equality. We have convened a local government summit to address the urgent need for grassroots autonomy following the landmark Supreme Court decision on local government elections. These are not mere formalities. They are genuine efforts to ensure that every voice is heard, every concern is considered, and every proposal subjected to the highest standard of scrutiny. Let me pause here to express my deepest appreciation to my esteemed colleagues on this committee, dedicated legislators from all 36 states and the Federal Capital Territory, as well as the Governors Forum that we have engaged with on several occasions. Your commitment, your intellectual rigor, and patriotism have been the driving force behind this progress. To our consultants, advisors, and the tireless committee staff, your insights, your technical expertise, and administrative diligence have made this ambitious undertaking possible. Nigeria, indeed, is grateful for your services. You may want to ask, what are the key areas we have looked at? What are the key areas we are looking at? This committee is currently considering 87 prioritized constitutional amendment bills, each touching on the most pressing issues facing our nation. I urge you, the people of Imo and the people of Abia, to engage robustly on all thematic areas, especially those close to your heart. They are as follows: judicial independence and efficiency, proposals to ensure financial autonomy to state judiciary, clarify timelines for case resolutions, and strengthen the integrity of our courts. The Southeast, with its proud legal tradition, has a unique perspective to offer here. The next is electoral reforms, bills to expand the autonomy of INEC, guarantee timely resolution of election petitions, and explore diaspora voting. Let us hear your views on how to make our election freer, fairer, and more credible. On security and state policing, the landmark bill HB 617 to transfer policing to the concurrent list, enabling state and local government police to take place. Your lived experience with security challenges makes your input invaluable. The next is gender bills and inclusive governance. Proposals to create reserved seats for women, ensure gender balance is key commissions, and promote fairness in leadership. The Southeast has a rich history of women's leadership, starting from the About Women riots of the 1920s. Please, let your voices once more be heard on this gender bill. On fiscal reforms, amendment to enhance accountabilities, improve revenue management, and ensure that our resources benefit all Nigerians, not just a privileged few. Let us work together to build a Nigeria where a zone is not left behind. No zone should be left behind. On devolution of powers, bills to decentralize governance, transfer key responsibilities to the states, and empower local communities to control their destiny is also on the front burner. On local government autonomy, proposals to guarantee financial and administrative independence for local governments, ensuring that governance is truly brought closer to the people, is on the front burner. The recognition of the traditional institution, to give a space for the traditional leaders of our country, for them to have a voice, backed by the Constitution, going to the role they play in maintaining peace and unity in our communities, is one of the areas we must give a voice, amongst other areas. Therefore, this is my call for robust, rigorous participation. My call is that today, I make a heartfelt appeal to every son and daughter of Imo and Abia here present. This is your constitution. This is your moment. You are not just observers. You are stakeholders and co-authors of Nigeria's next constitutional chapter. Do not hold back your ideas, your criticisms, or your aspirations. We need to hear them. Feel free to air your view, because this document belongs to you. Remember that the preamble of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria says, "We, the people of Nigeria," and you are the "we" that the preamble referred to. So it's your moment. Make use of it. Your memoranda, your petition, your passionate speeches, your aspiration, your questions, they all matter. They will shape the amendments that will be presented to the National Assembly, to the President, and ultimately to the Nigerian people. Let me be clear. We are listening. The strength of our democracy lies not in the pronouncement of lawmakers alone, but in the active participation of the people. Your robust contribution will ensure that the Constitution we produce is not just a legal document, but a social contract, one that reflects the hopes and values of all Nigerians. I will be remiss if I did not acknowledge the visionary leadership of His Excellency President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR. Under his stewardship, Nigeria has embraced a reform-heavy agenda, one that recognizes the urgent need for constitutional renewal, institutional strengthening, and inclusive growth. President Tinubu's commitment to the rule of law, his respect for the legislature's constitutional role, and his bold stride in governance reform have created an enabling environment for this historic review. We are grateful for his support and leadership. We remain committed to working with the executive to deliver a constitution that serves all Nigerians. So looking ahead, as we look ahead, let us remember, constitutional reform is not an event, but a process. The bills we debate today will be debated in parliamentary plenary, harmonized with the Senate, and transmitted to the state houses of assembly for final approval. Only with your continuous engagement, your vigilance, your advocacy, can we ensure that these reforms are not just passed, but implemented in letter and spirit. So I urge you to hold us accountable, ask the tough questions, demand transparency, insist on fairness. The future of our democracy depends on it. In conclusion, I leave you with a simple truth. Nigeria's greatness lies in its ability to have difficult conversations, to listen, to debate, and to find common ground. Today in Owerri, we continue that noble tradition. To the people of Imo and the people of Abia, your ideas matter. Your voices matter. Your future matters. So let us rise above division. Let us rise above sentiments. Embrace our shared destiny and build a Nigeria where justice, where equity and progress are not just ideals, but everyday realities. Thank you for your attention. God bless the people of Imo State. God bless the people of Abia State. God bless the Southeast. And God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
Benjamin Iwesi Chinekemka Asimgika Chinekemka Asimgika Chinekemka Asimgika Chinekemka Asimgika.
Thank you very much. That was the voice of the Deputy Speaker, House of Representatives, and Chairman of the House Committee on Constitution Review. Your Excellencies, permit me to acknowledge the presence of the Deputy Governor of Imo State, Her Excellency Lady Chinyere Komaru, PhD, and her spouse, and also a senior advocate of Nigeria who has succeeded in arousing the consciousness and interest of the younger ones to read and practice law. A young man who is known everywhere in Nigeria as a successful legal practitioner. Ladies and gentlemen, it is the responsibility of this young man to now do a summarized compendium of the bills before the House of Representatives. And before I mention his name, let me put it on record that among all the senators that have found time to be part of this program, Senator Osita Ijunaso is here with us live. Ladies and gentlemen, join me as I welcome Chief Chris Uche, Senior Advocate of Nigeria, to come forward to give us a summarized compendium of the bills before the House of Representatives. Chris Uche. Put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen, if you're not too busy. Thank you.
Tobenchuku, he has done it for us. Tobenchuku, he has done it for us.
Your Excellency, the Executive Governor of Imo State, distinguished Senator Hope Uzodimma-Siohen, Your Excellency, the Deputy Speaker and Chairman of the Constitution Review Committee, the Right Honorable Benjamin Okalu CFR, the Deputy Governor of Imo State, our host state.
Hello.
Thank you very much. Your Excellencies, here present, distinguished Senator, members of the House of Representatives, Your Royal Majesties, please permit me to stand on the protocol as already established. My job is technical. Now let me begin by thanking you most sincerely for the honor and opportunity to make this presentation before you today on a matter that strikes at the very soul of our nation, which is the reform of the 1999 Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Let me begin by acknowledging the passion and commitment of the chairman of the Constitutional Review Committee, the Deputy Speaker, House of Representatives, Right Honorable Benjamin Kalu, CFR, in undertaking this very sensitive, historic, and solemn task. I also acknowledge the efforts of the members of the House Committee on Constitution Review under his leadership. And I equally thank His Excellency, the Governor and the Deputy Governor of Imo State for hosting this very important event. As consultant appointed by the House Committee to advise on this onerous work of midwifing the proposals in the bills that hopefully will attract your input as the Nigerian public at public hearings of this nature, we have within 1 year now worked to put together a number of 86 bills which the House has presented and which we have put together in a compendium which we are presenting to you today. Now, let me, before I go into presenting it, also inform you that there is an addendum to this compendium, and it's on an area that is very dear to the heart of the Deputy Speaker, and that is about inclusivity, bringing more women into governance. Now, this compendium represents legislative efforts aimed at addressing governance challenges and developmental issues. We have tried to organize the bills in thematic areas, just like His Excellency, the Deputy Speaker, mentioned, each containing bills and proposals for constitutional amendments. Now, because of time, I'm just going to highlight some of these thematic areas, but which we expect that you will take time to digest, because what we have come here to do is not to present a finished product to you, but to get your own inputs and get your buy-in into this program. Now, first and foremost is electoral reforms. We have about 21 bills, sorry, about 12 bills dealing with electoral reforms. We all agree that a major challenge we have in governance is the management of our elections. You will see proposals here to see how we can reduce litigation time so that we can finish with all court cases before a returned winner is sworn into office. We have looked at it. We have tried to reduce certain times, allocate times to make sure that all said and done, everything before a winner is sworn in, the courts must have finished their responsibility. And we also want to reduce the tier of courts, the number of courts that will deal with matters. For instance, governorship petitions, we don't see how it must go from election tribunal to court for appeal and to Supreme Court. You'll see all those things there so that we can reduce the time both for pre-election matters as well as for post-election matters. Secondly, we've also dealt, you'll see areas that deal with judicial reforms. It's beyond doubt that the judiciary in Nigeria at this time is going through a lot of challenges, and this is not about the best time for them. So we are trying to see how we can reform, make the judiciary, try to restore the confidence of the public in the judiciary. So you will see certain bills which we have proposed to enhance judicial efficiency, reduce jurisdictions of the courts, and then strengthen judicial independence. There are bills, about 21 of them, which we have grouped under judicial reforms. Then also, like I mentioned, inclusive governance. We have proposed reserved seats for women and physically challenged persons in our legislative bodies. We believe that we must create conducive environment to bring in more women into positions of responsibility so that we can carry everybody along. Then quickly, we have also dealt, you'll see some bills dealing with local government reforms that are designed to enhance local government authority and create new local government councils in some areas. The thorny issue of state police is also dealt with. We've dealt with establishment of state police, security and policing. And you also see, very importantly, traditional institutions. There are bills to strengthen the role of traditional rulers, reserve for them, make it constitutional issue so that they will get the desired respect and then commensurate commitment and duty they need to perform in the society. We've also, you see some bills also dealing with fiscal reforms, fundamental rights, citizenship, and indigenship. So all these have been grouped together in about 12 or 13 thematic areas. So you'll now take your time and look at them, and then we get your response to some of these issues so that at the end of the day, we'll know what to put down as recommendation. Electoral integrity, we've tried to touch on INEC to see how to unburden INEC so that INEC can deliver on its mandate of producing free and fair election. So generally speaking, the purpose of this document, it reflects the legislative efforts to address governance challenges, promote inclusivity, and enhance administrative efficiency in Nigeria. This program is going on simultaneously in very many centers in the south this weekend, last week was in the north. So the whole idea is to make sure that everybody is involved. Because as far as constitution making is concerned, it is important to note that the process is as important as the product. So that's why constitution being something that involves the people, we want the people to be very much involved in the process. In conclusion, Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, there is no doubt that Nigeria stands at a critical crossroad. Our economy is under pressure, insecurity is rising, trust in institutions is declining. Therefore, it is our belief that constitutional reform offers a golden opportunity to renew our faith, re-engineer governance, and rebuild the bonds of national unity. Now we have this rare historic chance to lead the rebirth of our nation by betting a new constitutional order. Your Excellencies, honorable members, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, let history record that it was under your watch that Nigeria began a journey to rebirth through law, constitutional reform, justice, and above all, the will of the people. I thank you very much for your attention. God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Thank you.
That was the voice of Chief Chris Uche, Senior Advocate of Nigeria. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we are making progress now that Chris Uche has given us a rundown of the bills that are already existing at the House of Representatives. Ladies and gentlemen, join me to welcome His Excellency the Governor of Abia State, ably represented by His Excellency Engineer Ike Chukwemeto, FNSE Deputy Governor of Abia State. That's wonderful. With that round of applause, Your Excellencies, permit me to invite the Deputy Governor to present the position of Abia State.
Your Excellency, the Executive Governor of Imo State, Senator Hope Uzodimma, please let me use you to recognize all the excellencies here present, not forgetting my colleague, your deputy. Please let me also use you to recognize all the deputies here present representing their governors and the ladies in the House. The Deputy Speaker of the Federal House of Representatives, my own brother, Right Honorable Benjamin Okezie Carlo. Please let me also use you to recognize all honorable members here and our senators here present. Our royal fathers here present, you are well recognized. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, members of the press, stakeholders, and for those who were not properly recognized, I want to assure you that God recognizes you more. Ndewon. His Excellency, my boss, Dr. Alex Oti, OFR, who is unavoidably absent. I'm here through his approval to give the position of Abia State today. In his own well-written speech, but you'll be hearing my voice. The title of his speech is Encoding Our Collective Aspirations, being a text of an address by His Excellency Dr. Alex Chioma Oti, OFR, the Executive Governor of Abia State, at the Southeast Imo and Abia Zonal Hearing Review of the 1999 Constitution. Constitutions are not relics of political bureaucracy. They embody the dynamic aspirations of the constituents of the national community. In a pluralistic society like Nigeria, with hundreds of ethnic nationalities, religious and cultural groups, the legitimacy of the Constitution is derived from the inputs and contributions of the different entities who share a common heritage and identity. The process may be expensive, tiring, and disappointing at times, but that is the sacrifice that must be made for any genuine effort at nation building, especially in the federation of multiple tribes and tongues like ours. The quest to build a nation that runs on the immutable values of justice, fairness, and the pursuit of human dignity demands bringing as many stakeholders as possible to the table, listening to their ideas of nationalhood and fleshing out the key elements that, when integrated into a body of laws and convention, gives everyone a sense of security and the assurance of being part of the whole. The 1999 Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria came into force by Decree 24 of 1999, which was promulgated on the 5th of May 1999 by the ruling military dictatorship at that time. It was, in my estimation, a sincere attempt by the military rulers to establish a legal framework for eventual transition to a civilian administration. The Constitution had been severely criticized for lacking the inputs of a broad section of Nigerians and for the skewed distribution of powers in favor of the center. My position is that the military dictators, in view of the circumstance of their emergence and the national discomfort with continuing military rule, did the best they could to meet the short timeline for the transition. The cloud of anxiety and tensions arising from the unfortunate events of that era could also have hampered any elaborate proposals to engage more broadly in the development of a robust national constitution. Without holding brief for anyone, I would argue that the flaws and drawbacks in the 1999 Constitution are best understood within the context of the social and political realities of the time. In the light of the above, I agree partly with those who put the blame for much of our national problems since the dawn of the Fourth Republic on the doorsteps of the military rulers who decreed the 1999 Constitution into being. They clearly, perhaps for the reasons of constraints, did not take cognizance of certain dynamics of the federal governance structure in the drafting and final adoption of the Constitution that still guides the pattern of our power relationships till date. Obviously, there are too many gaps and ambiguities that are being exploited by different stakeholder groups to advance interests that are not entirely in the scope. Even then, I am also cautious that blaming those who left the scene almost 30 years ago for the problems of today. My view is that we now have sufficient governance experience to determine what is not working and make changes as may be relevant from time to time. I am aware that since 2010, the 1999 Constitution has undergone 5 epochs of alterations in response to demands of cultural changes by Nigeria. Going through the whole 9 years of constitutional amendment at 5th time over, the 15-year period speaks to our evolving desire to change our national experience by periodically tinkering with the supreme laws of the land. We must congratulate ourselves for not being afraid to test the system and brave the odd to make so much needed changes. Many commentators had criticized the rancorous process of financial commitments and often go with the constitution review process. But again, nation building is never an exercise in commercial transaction where decisions are driven largely by hunger for profits and aversion to risks. If we focus too intensely on the costs in time, human and material resources, traveling around the country and interacting with stakeholders as we are doing today, we instantly lose sight of the profound changes that this process has also bettered. The gains include the restructuring of our electricity value chain, enforcing the rights of young Nigerians aspiring to elective offices and other body of alterations that have strengthened our democracy and fortified its institutions in ways that could not have been thought possible in 1999 when the original draft of the Constitution was decreed into being. On account of the gains that have been made through these constitutional review processes over the years and the role in advancing our broad spectrum of development expectation, I welcome the ongoing efforts by the 10th National Assembly to collate the inputs of stakeholders from across the nation with a view to aggregating, streamlining, and fine-tuning them to further enrich the supreme body of laws in Nigeria when assented to by the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. I am particularly glad that there is a sense of urgency to this in view of the well-informed decision to set a target date for the completion of this process. I would like to particularly appreciate the Deputy President of the Senate, distinguished Senator Baru Jubril, CFR, who also doubles as the Chairman Senate Committee on Constitution Review, and his counterpart in the Green Chamber, the Deputy Speaker of the House of Representatives, my own brother, Right Honorable Benjamin Carlo, CFR, who also chairs the House Committee on Constitution Review, for their commitment and sense of patriotic duty in driving this process. I want to thank them for making the exercise people-driven and for understanding the broad elements of this very assignment. It is gratifying to see that everyone connected to this process at the National Assembly appreciates the weight of the public expectation on their shoulders. This may not be the easiest of legislative duties, but if done right, could provide the institutional ladder for our ascent into the development order. I want to also thank the body of stakeholders from the organized private sector, civil society organizations, youths and women groups, cultural and religious institutions who are here participating in this exercise from different parts of the country for effectively lending their voices to the push for more functional union driven by values that uplift and inspire greatness in nations. Let me also encourage our friends who are refusing to participate to forgo whatever misgivings they have and come on board to lend their voices to this latest attempt at national rebirth through a constitutional review process driven by multiple stakeholder groups. It has to be said that we cannot build a great nation on the altar of cynicism and self-doubt. Yes, it has been argued that we have done this before, and yet some of our fundamental problems remain unresolved. The challenges of electoral maladministration, erosion of trust in the state institutions, poor economic infrastructure, high youth unemployment, and insecurity continue to escalate. So it is understandable when people, especially those who may have invested in this process many years ago, throw their hands up in the air in surrender. As someone who also suffered grave institutional injustice on a number of occasions, I know the pains and frustration that come with the disappointment many of our compatriots feel. I can understand why they may wish to keep their distance, but again, it was never promised by the journey of building a Nigeria that works for all, who for all would be walked in the park. For all won't be just a walk in the park. When we retreat from our patriotic duty and of engaging the system, asking questions and adding our voices to the demands of justice, fairness, and the body of rights that define our freedom and preserve our dignity, we betrayed the sacrifices of our compatriots who lived and died for this struggle. My message remains that it has always been persistent in asking who would wear down all forms of this resistance. Today, I stand here as a leader of a state that has benefited from some of the alterations made to the 1999 Constitution as it relates to the conduct of elections, the power of the electoral umpire, and changes related thereto. If the 2023 governorship election was conducted with the template used in 2003, I am not sure the outcome would have been favorable. The grace of God brought us here through the instruments of wide-ranging reforms in systems and the continued enthusiasm of the public. It is easy to point out the flaws in our system, but being fixated with the shortcomings could also mean ignoring or downplaying the great things that had also happened over the last 26 years. I am not just here as a leader who has benefited from the changes that the Constitution review process has made possible, I have also come as a governor of a state that stands to gain strong economic mileage from these changes. In April this year, I signed the Abia State Electric Bill into law. The new law provides legal leverages for the state government and private business to operate in the electricity value chain in Abia. Following the constitutional changes made in the 9th National Assembly and signed into law by the late President Muhammadu Buhari in March 2023, and the electric bill signed into law by President Bola Ahmed Tinubu GCFR in February 2024, we have since set up the Abia State Electricity Regulatory Agency, Hccr, and just last month, the Nigerian Electricity Regulation Commission, NEC, transferred the responsibility of regulatory oversight for the Abia State electricity market to Hccr. With these shifts in the structure of the local electricity market in Abia, we have clearly taken our energy destiny in our own hands. The institutional mechanism we have put in place to drive this would guarantee a safe operating environment for investors in the conventional and renewable energy markets, create jobs for our people, and spur the business ecosystem in the state to unprecedented growth. Before the 2023 alterations to the Constitution, this optimism did not exist. Let me restate my position. The 2025 constitutional review process presents a great opportunity to further interrogate the system and evaluate what we need to change in steering our country in the right direction. Whatever be our political leaning, Nigeria is ours to build, and we cannot transfer that responsibility to someone else. Nigeria may not be the nation of our dreams yet, but as we learned from history, nothing is irreversible. At any rate, we also have to appreciate the changes cannot happen in an environment ruled by cynicism, docility, and mistrust. We have to believe again that we are a community of great people, a land with great national heritage. For the remainder of the presentation, I will share my thoughts on some of the key agenda for debates and consideration in the 2025 constitutional review process. As many in this auditorium may know, the positions I would be sharing today have since been documented in my writings and public engagements from the last decade, so that we are not entirely new to these ideas. I have to, however, add that my personal views should not override the legitimate concerns of other stakeholders who also have the right to disagree or present alternative viewpoints. The most important thing is that all of us deserve to have a say in the process. Thankfully, the platform for the broad engagement has been presented to us through these public hearings. My first interest is the clamor for the creation of additional states. I am aware that proposals for the creation of 31 new states were received by the National Assembly prior to this time. While I respect the rights of those who believe that the creation of new states will address concerns of marginalization and exclusion of some ethnic and religious groups in the current structure in some parts of the country, I am more concerned about the additional burden these proposals, if adopted, would add to the lean resources of the nation through the multiplication of administrative costs and further bloating of an oversized bureaucracy. Except we can magically find independent sources of financing the new states outside what currently exists. I do not share the optimism of those promoting the idea of adding new states to the current 36 states structure. My recommendation would be the development of an inclusive governance model in the states, one that gives every major clan a say in the allocation of resources, a seat at the decision-making table, and the structural leverage to advance their political and economic interests. I believe that we should be more concerned about improving the economic structure of the states, double efforts in creating jobs for the young people outside the civil service, and make the welfare of the common man a priority. The state system is too elite-driven to be functional. The time has come to put the ordinary people at the center of decision-making. On the creation of state police and related matters, I urge that the present realities in the land have made this a matter of urgent national priority. The current exclusive federal policing system is largely inadequate and has exposed our people to a litany of vulnerabilities over the years. So I would vote for the creation of state police, but with the proviso that standards be clearly defined as it relates to leadership, relationship with federal and other subnational policing structures, recruitment, accountability, and respect for human rights. On the proposal to create additional seats for women in the National and State Assembly, my endorsement is total. Seems the women are now awake. Thank you. While this would guarantee the inclusion of women in our political process and give them a say in shaping the character of the Nigerian governance architecture, I, however, do not agree to just having women in our legislative assemblies, which would achieve the desired impact unless a number of fundamental issues are holistically addressed. Number one, the internal process within the political parties have to be strengthened to make for the active participation of women in decision-making. The ordinary women, not persons related or affiliated to powerful male party leaders, must be at the center of the process. If we are not careful, we may be creating new opening for men with vested interests to further entrench themselves in the system using proxies. If that happens, nothing in the real sense of it will change in the political fortunes of the average Nigerian women. On the proposal to alter the provisions of the 1999 Constitution to establish the local government councils as a separate tier of government, I would call for the caution and a holistic appreciation of the broad implications of this proposal. Like I argued with the creation of additional states, we must be mindful of further bloating an already overfed bureaucracy. I may not be very correct, but if I understand this proposal correctly, we may be looking at creating hundreds of new bureaucratic structures for the autonomous administration of the local councils. The local government system, as we know, is statutorily responsible for the provision of primary health care, basic adult and vocational education, and similar functions that impact directly on the lives of the population at the grassroots. Like I asked at the 18th Community of Practice meeting of the Honorable Commissioners of Budget and Economic Planning in Umuahia last May, would it be financially prudent to have 774 or more universal basic education commissions and similar number of agencies managing primary health and human services for the local government in the country? What are the implications for cost of governance, corruption, and systemic abuses? There may be need to think this through and make a choice between having new layers of administrative structures that further drain public resources through inflated overheads and creating a system that cuts down on bureaucratic bottlenecks, guaranteeing that the larger chunk of public resources is channeled into provision of social services. On the proposal seeking to make free and compulsory basic education a fundamental right of all citizens, let me state immediately that this should not be debatable. It should be adopted without much ado. This proposal aligns perfectly with the 1948 Universal Declaration of Human Rights, the 1989 International Convention of Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights, the 1989 Convention on the Rights of the Child, the 1981 African Charter on Human and People's Rights, and the 1990 African Charter on the Rights and Welfare of the Child, amongst other international conventions and agreements. Beyond just making the right to basic education a fundamental right for our people and enshrining same in the Constitution, I think we need to pay more attention to education financing. Quality education does not come cheap, and it is not just enough to ask everyone to go to school. Deliberate efforts must be made to fund education across the entire value chain. We need to invest in teacher education with particular emphasis on training and retraining, especially in the relevant fields of science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. Our teachers must be trained and motivated to acquire relevant skills to be able to teach the pupils and students effectively and prepare them for the competition of the new global environment. These teachers have been well remunerated, their welfare prioritized, and the environment where they work made conducive for very important work that they do. So, in addition to making education compulsory and a fundamental right of citizens, we also have to make effective provisions for the statutory funding of the educational system, especially basic education. Let me now conclude by making one general submission. Our target should not be to create a perfect constitution. While perfection would be the ideal thing to aspire to, the truth remains that we will do better by focusing on realities and social dynamics. What I think we should rather seek at this point is to build on the gains that have been made over the past 26 years since the present constitution came into effect. As I mentioned, every successful review process since 2010 adds something new to our body politic. My hope is that the ongoing review would open up new layers of possibilities in our push to build on the noble dreams of our fathers and the compatriots who gave their all for a nation that lives up to the highest standards of its founding ideals. We may not get there today or even tomorrow, but by confronting our challenges with courage and belief in our patriotic genius, we shall get it right eventually. If we do not grow weary, we shall get it eventually if we do not go weary. Thank you for listening, and may God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Dr. Alex Oti, OFR. Thank you.
Everyone namaka, everyone namaka, someone day baya, someone day baya. Imo. Imo na be abon one day. Ndabi ebo one night. Ndimo ebo one night. Omeri ye meja mandi karaka. Aja. Omara tilo leke lemgi. Benjamin leke lemgi. Felisi manu bene kelegi. Orabia ribe no.
Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we just finished listening to the voice of His Excellency the Governor of Abia State, as ably represented by the Deputy Governor. I am aware that to invite the next personality to address us, all the honorable members of the Imo State House of Assembly and Abia State House of Assembly are here, including all the principal officers and appointees of the Imo State Executive Council, led by the Chief of Staff and the Secretary to Government. I want to invite a man who has permanently hooked Imo State to the national grid. A man whose personality is regional, national, continental, and global. The head of a subnational government. Ladies and gentlemen, the Chairman Governors Forum, Chairman Progressive Governors Forum, Chairman Southeast Governors Forum.
Please sit down. Thank you. Your Excellency, the Executive Governor of Abia State, ably represented by the Deputy Governor, Engineer Ikechukwu Emetso, the Right Honorable Benjamin Okeze Kalu, CFR, the Honorable Deputy Speaker of the House of Representatives and the Chairman, House Committee on Constitutional Review. Your Excellency, the Deputy Governor of Imo State, Lady Chinyere Komaro, PhD, distinguished senators, using distinguished Senator Osita Izunaso as a point of contact for the entire Senate of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, members of the House of Representatives, with our sister Princess Onoha acting as the Deputy Chairman of the Subcommittee of Southeast for this occasion. The Right Honorable Speaker, Imo State House of Assembly, Right Honorable Chike Olembe, ably represented by the Chief Whip, Honorable Chigozie Wanere, the Clerk, Constitutional Review Committee of the House of Representatives, Mr. Wale Babashehu, the Deputy Speaker, and other members of Imo State House of Assembly and the Abia State House of Assembly. I will crave your indulgence after recognizing the traditional rulers and distinguished stakeholders from Imo State and Abia State, and senior government officials of both Imo State and Abia State, the Secretary to the Government, the Chief of Staff, members of the expanded Executive Council of both Imo State and Abia State. I will not fail to recognize the leadership of the largest political party in Africa, All Progressive Congress, using the chairman of Imo State APC, Sir McDonald Ebere, PhD, as the point of contact. Members of the press, ladies and gentlemen, I'll promise you, my speech will not be as long as that of Dr. Alex Oti. Indeed, I want to thank in a very special way the Deputy Speaker of the House of Representatives for the wonderful work he's doing for us in Nigeria and for piloting this particular exercise throughout the country. It is my utmost pleasure to welcome all the members of the National Assembly who are in Owerri today to preside over this public hearing on the proposed further alterations to the 1999 Constitution as amended. This public hearing, which covers Imo and Abia states, provides a valuable opportunity for our people to contribute meaningfully to the process of building a new constitution that equitably serves the interests of all Nigerians. This is democracy at work. And democracy thrives only where justice and fairness prevail. On behalf of the government and the good people of Imo State, I say to you, Ono Obiala, Ndewonu. I also welcome our brothers and sisters from Abia State who are here in their numbers to participate in this national conversation. Until a few years ago, Owerri served as the capital of all of us, the old Imo State. Today, we have Umuahia and Abakaleke as capitals of new states. But through our collective efforts, perhaps we shall soon have more states like most state capitals. And these state capitals may be Olu, or Aba, or Nsukka, and even more. I believe that this is the prayer of all the southeastern states of the Federation. And it shall come to pass by the grace of God. Let me commend the National Assembly for its sustained efforts to deepen democracy through periodic constitutional reviews. I recall that this is about the 6th major review of our Constitution since 1999. And that speaks volumes about the National Assembly's responsiveness to the wishes of the people. I would therefore, on behalf of our people, salute your diligence and encourage you to do the more. As we all know, there are differing views across Nigeria about what our Constitution should reflect in order to fortify our young democracy. These perspectives mirror both the richness of our diversity and the inadequacies of a legal framework that often leaves many citizens feeling unprotected or unaccommodated in Project Nigeria. I must add that I'm not among those who call for a wholesale scrapping of the current Constitution. But like most constitutions around the world, ours is a work in progress. Let us continue to build on it. And today's public hearing is part of that noble effort to continue to build on our Constitution. All over the world, there is no perfect constitution anywhere. And this is the reason why we have parliaments. Because of the dynamics of life and flexibility of issues and circumstances, parliaments are supposed to strengthen, alter, amend, create new clauses into our constitutions. The reason why democracy is working. Our people in Imo and Abia states, and indeed the Southeast, have very clear expectations. And I believe time has come to address them with urgency, sincerity, and justice. It is the making of God, the Right Honorable Benjamin Okeze Kalu is the chairman of the Constitutional Amendment Committee of National House of Representatives. Your people, our people, are beckoning on you and your committee. The Southeast is the only region with only 5 states in Nigeria. The issue of state creation bears repeating. The Southeast geopolitical zone, representing the home of the entire Igbo nation, which is one leg of the tripod that formed Nigeria. Every other zone has 6 or more. This imbalance has led to underrepresentation in critical national institutions. From the National Assembly, we are underrepresented. At the Federal Executive Council, we are underrepresented. And this has shrunk our voice. This has shrunk our voice and abridged our inclusivity into national events. Therefore, it is only fair and just that we ask for the creation of at least 2 additional states in the Southeast. And I know that both the entire Imo State and Abia citizens, home and abroad, are in support of having additional states in Southeast. Those in favor say aye. Against say nay. God has ruled it. It is my considered submission that an state creation movement who made a presentation to me and other states creation movements from Southeast is welcomed. We allowed the National Assembly in their wisdom to look at the viability of these proposals and in their wisdom create at least 2 additional states in the Southeast. In addition, I will want in creating states in Southeast to create additional oil producing states for commercial viability so that there will be enough sufficient revenue base to self-sustain these states. This should naturally go hand in hand with the creation of new local government areas for the zone. We are aware that federal allocation of revenues goes to both states and local governments. And what is good for the ganders is also good for the goose. The second issue is the matter of indigenship. Our subsisting constitution guarantees every citizen the right to live and work in any part of the country. But in practice, those born and raised in a place where their grandparents may not have originated from are still regarded and treated as non-indigens. That cannot be in tandem with the spirit of brotherhood we boldly recite in our national anthem. We should not be seen to be speaking from 2 sides of our mouth. We need to legally define indigenship by birth or long-term residence. Say 10 years, anyone born in a state or who has lived in a state for upward of 10 years should be a legitimate indigene of that state if he is of good behavior and character. This is common practice in advanced democracies. It was also becoming the norm in our pre-First Republic until that republic was cut short. The unity of Nigeria was very strong. The fraternity among citizens very strong. Otherwise, how else did the Malam Umaru Antai become the mayor of Enugu in 1952, if not because he was accepted as an indigene of Enugu? That tells us something profound about our potential for unity, if only the Constitution can catch up with our history. Because if we forget our history, we may not get to where we want to go faster.
I therefore urge this committee to seriously consider this matter as a matter of the proposed constitutional amendments. Number 3, I wish to call for the constitutional entrenchment of rotational presidency. The rotational presidency, not along the ambiguous north and the south divide. Since we have 6 geopolitical zones, it should be included into our constitution. This is not about tokenism, but national stability. Already zoning has helped calm nerves over federal appointments. If Nigerians know that the presidency will rotate among the 6 geopolitical zones, it will remove the fear of domination and deepen the sense of inclusion in the country. Because when people now know that one day it will be their turn to produce a president, they will believe more in the country, Nigeria. In addition, the time has come for us to take decisive steps on state police. The current centralized policing structure is overstretched and often disconnected from local realities. As the chairman of the Progressive Governors Forum, I can confirm that we support the decentralization of the police for greater responsiveness and effectiveness to the people. Our people are living in fear. We need to police our environment, both the governed and ungoverned areas. The fear of using police at the local level to intimidate people by governors. Governors are men of conscience. We can no longer live in the past. We must face the reality. We must use our traditional infrastructure and institutions to police our communities. If we don't catch the thieves, it is easier for us to catch thieves at home than outsiders to come here to catch thieves for us. So I think we cannot allow the past to paralyze the future when our citizens are crying out for safety and order at the grassroots. Distinguished honorable members of the National Assembly, ladies and gentlemen, our diversity is our strength, not our weakness. But that strength must be harnessed through law and equity. Therefore, our Constitution must reflect our shared values, not just our shared borders. Honorable members of the House of Representatives, as you told the country on this important assignment, may you be guided by the hope of millions who seek a constitution that truly belongs to them, one that ensures fairness, one that ensures equity and a level playing field for all. I know you have the vision. I know you have the courage to deliver this. May God grant you the wisdom to succeed. I wish you a memorable stay in Owerri, the capital city of hospitality in the southeast. Thank you as you move around. May God bless all of us. Thank you.
Ihe Chukwu ụzọ dị mma ekele m gị ekele ọnwa oyoko ekele m gị ekele.
Thank you very much. That was the clear voice of the Governor General of Imo State, the most distinguished Senator Hope Odidiko-Uzodimma.
Ọ na-arụ ụzọ asa onye arụrụla, ọ na-eme ihe asa onye emena, o lere mbọ si mezie ya, lee ụzọ Mbaise mezie ya, lekwa ụzọ Ọkigwe wee mezie ya, ihe ọma mere dị mma.
Thank you very much, Felix Ndukwe. Please, can we once more give our governor a very resounding round of applause?
Onye ahụ kwuru okwu a, ị marala ya, ị marala ya, ị marala. Onye ahụ kwuru okwu a, ị marala. Ọ bụ onye nke mara mma.
Thank you very much, very distinguished ladies and gentlemen. We are still on the technical section, and we are going to be inviting people who is going to address the House individually, representing different groups. Right about now, I am going to invite, in absence of the Speaker of Imo State House of Assembly, who is ably represented here at the table by the Chief Whip of Imo State House of Assembly, talking about Honorable Chigozie Waneri, to please come and address us.
Ekele remo onye na-enye anyị ncha na mmanụ nsọ anyị sabarụ. Ọ dị mmadụ obiọma ile ọma oyoko ezi nwa ka ọ bụ otu uli nwa ọgụ nwanne ịma shepu ya tam tam ije ụkwụ ya tam tam nzọmụkwụ gị tam tam ọnwa detilọla tam tam berede ya kọmputa onye ọ na-ewe ya wewe onye ọ na-asọ ya asọba onye ọ na-afọ ya asọwa anyị achọghị mma unu kpọrọ m Gọvanọ Hope ọ papa ejima.
Your Excellency, the Executive Governor of Imo State, distinguished Senator Hope Uzodimma, the Deputy Governor of Imo State and Abia State, the Deputy Speaker, Federal House of Representatives, please permit me to stand on the existing protocols. Goodwill message by the Speaker of Imo State House of Assembly, Right Honorable Chike Olembe, presented by my humble self, Honorable Chigozie Waneri, at the Southeast Century B public hearing organized by the House of Representatives Committee on the Review of the 1999 Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria as amended. I welcome you all to Imo State, the Eastern Heartland. I feel highly elated to extend my goodwill message during this historic gathering on issues so critical and which speak directly to the survival, stability, authenticity of this great country, Nigeria. This public hearing on the review of the 1999 Constitution could not have been held at a more auspicious time. The initiative could provide ample opportunity for our people to effectively contribute in the affairs of our great country and collectively brainstorm through this very vital legislative process to move the country forward. It is important to note that since gaining independence, the country has grappled with the challenge of creating a befitting constitution that genuinely reflects the evolving needs, aspirations, diversity of its people, hence the need to constantly update and review. We have seen constitutional amendments made in 2010, 2017, and 2023, but there are still crucial issues under the current constitution that needs to be further amended or reviewed, which is why this public hearing of today is so important. We note that the reforms sought in this review exercise, which includes electoral reforms, local government creations, judiciary reforms, legislative reforms, security and policing, devolution of powers, creation of states, etc., are necessary for strengthening and building a viral and robust democratic space. I welcome you all on behalf of the members of Imo State House of Assembly and wish to thank and appreciate the leadership of the House of Representatives, the chairman and members of the House of Representatives Committee on the Review of 1999 Constitution for this great initiative. We salute your courage and pledge to do our best to ensure that the best is achieved when the bills are eventually transmitted to the Houses of Assembly for further legislative action. Thank you all and God bless.
Thank you very much. A round of applause for Imo State House of Assembly. Yes, in the line of duty to speak on behalf of the Abia State House of Assembly, I have the pleasure to invite Honorable Collins Ihonu, Honorable Member representing Isialangwa North, to come and talk on behalf of Abia State in absence of the Speaker. Thank you very much.
Your Excellency, the Executive Governor, Imo State, Senator Hope Uzodinma, let me use His Excellency to recognize the Deputy Governor of Imo and that of Abia. Your Excellency, the speaking Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly, Right Honorable, let me also use you to recognize all National Assembly members present here. I also want to recognize Senator from Imo State and all the traditional rulers. I also recognize the presence of Roland Caesar, House member representing Isialangwa South State constituency in Abia State House of Assembly. I can also observe the local government chairman of Isialangwa North and other stakeholders from Abia State. Your Excellency, on behalf of Abia State House of Assembly and our Speaker, who is unavailable at the moment, we affirm and concur and adopt the position of Imo State House of Assembly. Thank you.
Thank you very much. A round of applause for him as he makes his way to seat. Ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellencies, we are still under the technical section where we are going to invite the individuals that are going to make presentation. But please, for want of time, we only allocate 3 minutes each for any one of them. At this point in time, I'm inviting to the microphone Comrade Uche Chigemezu, the Chairman, Nigerian Labour Congress, Imo Chapter, to please come quickly and make his representation. Comrade Uche Chigemezu, please quickly come and present your position on behalf of the National Labour Congress. Now, while Uche is coming, I want Mr. Kizito Agu Carlo to get ready to speak on behalf of the Nigerian Union of Teachers. Is any one of them here? In that same vein, may I please invite Comrade Charles Okere to come and talk on behalf of Nolge. Please, if you have heard your name, please file out so that we cannot waste time. I have Uche Chigemezu on the microphone now. Thank you very much.
Please, all members of organized labor here present, please kindly come down to the podium for us to make our presentation. Your Excellency, the Executive Governor of Imo State, the labor-friendly governor, Comrade Distinguished Senator Hope Odedeka Uzodinma CON, the Deputy Governor of Imo State, the Deputy Governor of Abia State, the Deputy Speaker, House of Representatives, Right Honorable Benjamin Carlo, the Chairman, Constitutional Review Committee, for the amendment of the 1999 Constitution as amended. Distinguished senators here present, members of House of Representatives here present, using the AZIM as the point of contact to reach all the traditional rulers here present, permit us to stand on well-established protocol. The Deputy Speaker, here before you this afternoon are the members of organized labor, the Southeast Zone, ably led by myself, Comrade Uche Chikemezungu, the chairman of NLC Mo, and the chairman of NLC Abia, Comrade Obonnaya Okoro, and all the affiliates of NLC, the NOGE, the TUC, and other affiliates that are here. We have our presentations to make. Permit us to officially summarize the presentation of Nigeria Labour Congress for this amendment of the 1999 Constitution. A bill for an act to alter the provision of Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria 1999 to transfer labor, industrial relations, industrial disputes, and minimum wage from the exclusive list to the concurrent list and other labor-related matters. Your Excellency, Right Honorable Sir, moving labor matters from the exclusive list to the concurrent list is becoming a recurrent decimal of national leadership discourse. During the last cycle of the constitutional amendment, the Nigerian Labour Congress rejected vehemently, and today we are here to do the same. We are here to reject it even with more violency than the last constitutional amendment. And it may permit you that we have reasons to that effect. One, the history of labor matters being on the exclusive list is rich. It was not a product of administrative spontaneity and confidence. Labor legislative drive spontaneously from International Labour Organization, protocols and recommendations. ILO means the International Labour Organization, established in 1919 to oversee and regulate labor matters across member countries and sovereignties. This explains the near uniformity of labor laws across nations. Your Excellency, Right Honorable, recall that 17 days after our independence in 1960, Nigeria adopted the ILO Convention 89 and 98. This adoption was as a result of the recognized sovereignty of Nigeria as a country. Nigeria, and of course, established her membership of the ILO. This means that members of ILO is absolutely contingent and sovereignty. Therefore, the regulating labor to state will create problems as states are not sovereign entities. This may lead to a very serious judicial dismay in this country. The number two is the National Industrial Court. In the act establishing it, is completely exclusive national court with jurisdictions over persons across length and breadth of the nation on labor and related matters. this is a deep respect of the uniqueness of labor. Labor matters being retained on the exclusive list. The number 3 is the national minimum wage. We all know that the national minimum wage serves as a primary social protection scheme that provides a minimum income flow to safeguard a low-income earners of workers. Therefore, the relegation of labor means destroying the national minimum wage. Also note, sir, that national minimum wage is a global standard established by International Labour Organization, ILO, through a binding law Nigeria signed into on the 16th of June, 1961. This law was established through a minimum wage fixing machinery convention 026 of 1928. And the scheme is seen in many democracies practicing federalisms. Already, some states have started violating the law enacted by the National Assembly of minimum wage. If labor is deregulated, such government can easily institutionalize abuse of workers' fundamental rights, which may lead to continuous industrial disharmony within the state. Consequent on above, we unequivocally reject the proposal because it is anti-labor, anti-workers, anti-people, and totally destroy to the labor movement in Nigeria. We use this opportunity to appeal to you, Your Excellency, and the Right Honorable Deputy Speaker, that as a torchbearer of Nigerian legislative system, you should do everything within your powers to kill this bill, because as Nigerian Labour Congress, we will not, we repeat, we will not guarantee industrial harmony if this bill allows to be passed in the National Assembly. That is the position of Nigerian Labour Congress, and we have already submitted the copy to the Secretariat, and with the permission of the Right Honorable, we want to officially hand over this bill as we are directed to the Right Honorable Deputy Speaker for onward government to him. Thank you very much.
Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever.
Thank you very much, Nigerian Labour Congress.
Thank you very much, Deliver. Thank you. Thank you. Yes. Comrade Chimese.
Thank you very much. A round of applause for Nigerian Labour Congress.
Comrade Chimese.
Please, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, in continuation to this, I crave your indulgence. When you are called here, please restrict your position to only to your position paper and jettison that of the protocols. I'm pleased to speak on behalf of the TUC. May I please invite Mr. Ibe Great. Ibe Great. I'm talking about TUC. Ibe Great Uchenna. So please speak on behalf of Uchenna, TUC.
No, I'm alone.
Thank you.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen.
Your Excellency, please permit me to stand on existing protocols. A goodwill message delivered by Comrade Engineer Festus Osifo, President General of the Trade Union Congress of Nigeria, at the Constitutional Review public hearing held across the 6 political zones from 11 to 26 July. The Right Honorable Speaker of the House of Representatives, Right Honorable Tajuddin Abbas, the Deputy Speaker, Right Honorable Benjamin Carlo, honorable members of the National Assembly, distinguished participants, comrades, esteemed guests, and fellow citizens. I bring you warm greetings from the Nigerian workers, particularly the Trade Union Congress of Nigeria and all its affiliates. We are honored to participate in this critical national exercise, the constitutional amendment process, which carries profound implication for the future of our nation. This public hearing reflects our shared commitment to strengthening the foundations of our democracy and ensuring that the Nigerian Constitution genuinely reflects the will and aspirations of the people. This initiative is a laudable demonstration of our collective resolve to reshape Nigeria's foundational laws in a manner that speaks to our realities and yearnings as a people. The Congress acknowledges the efforts of the National Assembly in engaging citizens, civil society organizations, professional bodies, traditional institutions, and other key stakeholders in this vital process. Only through such inclusive engagements can the people truly take ownership of the Constitution. Over the years, Nigerians have consistently demanded amendments to the 1999 Constitution as amended to address its numerous shortcomings. We are pleased that this administration is taking concrete steps towards achieving that goal. However, we must state unequivocally that previous amendment efforts, including the comprehensive review under President Goodluck Ebele Jonathan, were never implemented. We must not allow history to repeat itself.
Please
we
summarize.
urge this assembly to revisit and adopt the recommendations of the past constitutional review exercises, making necessary adjustments to reflect contemporary realities. What Nigerians need is a constitution that is homegrown, people-driven, and tailored to our peculiar socio-political context. While there is value in studying other models, wholesale adoption must be avoided. Importantly, let me stress that the Trade Union Congress of Nigeria vehemently opposes any attempt, direct or subtle, to undermine please don't distract me. While there is importantly, let me stress that the Trade Union Congress vehemently opposes any attempt, direct or subtle, to undermine organized labor or erode the constitutional and legal safeguards protecting workers' rights and freedom. The Constitution must continue to uphold the rights to unionize, to strike, to bargain collectively, and to defend sanctity of the national minimum wage, especially for vulnerable and downtrodden workers. We also call for the full implementation of the UAI's Electoral Reform Report, which contains far-reaching recommendations for building a credible and true independent electoral system. Electoral justice is essential to the legitimacy of our democracy and the long-term stability of our country. We wish to inform this gathering that the TUC will formally submit its memorandum outlining our core demands and recommendations, which include strengthening democratic institutions, making socio-economic rights justiciable, promoting gender equity and inclusive governance, protecting labor rights, and advancing true federalism and local government autonomy. We therefore urge this assembly not to reinvent the wheel. Instead, revisit past constitutional amendments submissions, refine them where necessary, and adopt provisions that reflect our present-day realities. While it is helpful to draw insight from other constitutional democracies, we must ensure that the final document reflects our unique history, values, and social complexities. Our constitution must be Nigerian in content, character, and spirit.
This constitutional review is not merely a legislative duty, it is a moral obligation to current and future generations. Let us engage with sincerity, clarity of purpose, and patriotism so that we may bequeath to our children a constitution that guarantees justice, equity, and inclusive development for all Nigerians. Thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Ono mana Nigerian Labour Congress and TUC deka nwanya abo to nwokeji. Thank you for making your presentation. I want to only call on the Noge now to please, no speech, to come and make your presentation straight to the chairman of the review committee, please. Noge.
Thank you. The Executive Governor of Imo State and the Right Honorable Speaker, House of Representatives, I want to stand on already established protocols. All that Noge has to say on the autonomy of local government is contained in our position paper. I want to extend the felicitations of the President General of Noge, Alhaji Comrade Aliu Kankara, to the Executive Governor of Imo State for moving funds from the joint account to the local government. Please put your hands together for the Governor of Imo State. But we still require a constitutional amendment for direct credit because Governor Hope will not be governor forever. A pharaoh that knows no Joseph might emerge. Thank you and God bless you.
Thank you very much. As Noge is making presentation, please, the Comrade Charles Okere, so please, okay, he has done his. Now, the man for Kizito Agukalo for on behalf of the NUT, adopt and then break your presentation, please.
His Excellency, the Executive Governor of Imo State, Senator Hope Uzodinma, His Excellency, the Governor of Abia State, Dr. Chioma Oti, ably represented by his deputy. This is a NUT. The position paper of NUT have been presented. I just want to get the summary. We presented the paper at the registering point. The summary of our position paper is that removing the burden of funding primary education from local government council could lead to a more centralized, efficient, and equitable educational system in Nigeria. This realignment supports better resource management, higher standard of quality, and stronger accountability, all of which are critical to empowering the next generation and driving national development. Posterity will live to appreciate the thoughtfulness of the 10th National Assembly for doing this great service. Not just the local government system as a third tier of government in Nigeria, but for the future generation of Nigerians. This recommendation will not only strengthen the local government system, but will deliver a uniform development of primary education across each state of the Federation. Thank you, and God bless you.
Thank you very much. Please, can we have a space here now so we can walk? Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, in continuation of this technical section, let me quickly invite the man that is going to speak on behalf of the Ohaneze Ndigbo. I'm talking about the Deputy National Legal Advisor, Barrister Chizoba Iheka, to quickly come and make the presentation. No protocols, just adopt and present your paper. Thank you.
Standing on existing protocol, I was told to adopt, but speaking on behalf of Ohaneze Ndigbo, this is a presentation from the National Executive Committee, NEC, Ohaneze Ndigbo Worldwide, to the ongoing Senate Committee on the Review of Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, 1999 as amended. The NEC of Ohaneze Ndigbo Worldwide wishes to appreciate the efforts of the Senate Committee on the Review of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria and is pleased to submit the following proposals for consideration in view of the Constitution. The proposals are, they are 5 in number. The Executive Governor of Imo State has already pointed on the issue of additional state for Southeast, rotational presidency, the security reforms, but we take on the 4th and the 5th, which is equitable distribution of infrastructure. The Southeast zone has been marginalized in the distribution of key federal infrastructure in the past 50 years. I'm coming. Okay, I'm sorry. Especially in the following areas: railways, airports, federal universities, polytechnics, etc. We propose that the Constitution be amended, therefore, to ensure equitable distribution of these facilities across the 6 geopolitical zones of the country. Number 5, inclusiveness of the distributions of key federal positions and appointments. We advocate a deliberate schedule in this Constitution to ensure that the key federal positions, including the presidency, the Senate President, the Speaker, and other major offices of the country reflect the 6 geopolitical zones. This will promote inclusiveness, a sense of brotherhood, and fairness in the distribution of leadership roles. It will be recalled that since the inception of the present democratic dispensation in the country, nobody from Southeast geopolitical zone has ever held the position of Attorney General of the Federation, Head of Civil Defense, Immigration, Customs, and Minister of Internal Affairs and Agriculture, among others. Presently, the following key positions has eluded Southeast, namely the President, the Vice President, the Senate President, the Deputy President of the Senate, the Speaker of the Federal House of Reps, Chief Justice of the Federation, and Inspector General of Police, among others. In conclusion, Ohaneze Ndigbo Worldwide, NEC, however, believes that these proposals will contribute to a more equitable and inclusive federal structure, addressing the historical marginalization of Southeast and promoting national cohesion and development. We thank you.
Igbo, Ohaneze, we send our goodwill message to this particular August meeting.
Thank you very much. You can go and present your paper to the chairman of the review committee. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, at this point in time, for want of time, ladies and gentlemen, I would want to invite to the microphone the most distinguished Senator Osita Izunaso to please come forward and make his goodwill message. We will now continue with the presentations.
Eziwana maka noa. Anazo one na ya. Osita wakoma. Anazo one na ya.
Your Excellency, the Executive Governor of Imo State, the Chairman of All Progressive Congress Governors, the Chairman of Southeast Governors Forum, and the Chairman of NDDC Governors Advisory Council. The Right Honorable Deputy Speaker, House of Representatives, the Executive Governor of Abia State, represented by the Deputy Governor, and also the Deputy Governor of Imo State, members of the House of Representatives here present, ladies and gentlemen. I'm not going to waste your time I'm only here to present two bills. The first bill is to support what the governor of Imo State said on the issue of regional presidency, rotational presidency. The bill I have here is to alter the 1999 Constitution, particularly Section 17, and add a new section which will expressly provide for the development commissions established by President Bola Ahmed Tinubu to be enshrined in the Constitution, such as Southeast Development Commission, South-South Development Commission, Southwest Development Commission, Northwest Development Commission, North Central Development Commission, as well as Northeast Development Commission. Because they have been established, but I want them to have provisional mention in the 1999 Constitution. The second one is a bill to provide for immunity for the presiding officers of National Assembly, the President of the Senate, the Deputy President of the Senate, the Speaker, House of Representatives, as well as the Deputy Speaker, House of Representatives, and by extension, the Speaker and Deputy Speaker of the various state House of Assembly in Nigeria. There is need for them to have protection so that to enable them to do their job effectively. That is the second bill I have. On the state creation, I'm not competent to address that matter because we have our chairman of an state movement who will soon come forward to present our position paper. Thank you and God bless us.
Bakpando, everyone
A round of
night,
applause for distinguished
everyone night,
Senator.
Izuna so, Iweri Jamani Karata.
Thank you very much. That was the voice of distinguished Senator Ositi Zunaso, representing Imo West in the National Assembly. Your Excellency, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, at this point in time, we want to hear the voice of our royal fathers. At this point in time, permit me to invite His Royal Majesty, as Dr. Isi Okeke CFR, Chairman, Imo and Southeast Council of Traditional Rulers, to please come forward to make his presentation.
Agewegara Mike.
Onyeze, your mic is here.
Onyeze, no.
The microphone is here, sir.
Onye chimere se no mre na limo. Nabo merube ya. Alimo. Ice.
The Governor of Imo State, Your Excellency, Distinguished Senator Dr. Hope Uzodimma, CON, GSS, RS, Awo Yoko, the Deputy Speaker of the Federal House of Representatives, Right Honorable Benjamin Kalu, CFR, and the other members of the Federal House of Representatives. At the same time, please permit me to stand on the existing protocols. Here what you or the very lengthy our own speech, but we have to go straight to few lines. Kawiki mehapuno. The council, after several meetings, deliberately wishes to recommend to the National Assembly through the House of Representative Committee on 1999 Constitution Amendment Review the strengthening of the status of the traditional institution in the new Nigerian Constitution and the establishment of a relevant body to give effect to its national rules, we there recommend as follows. Membership at the National Council of State. Traditional rulers should be included in the membership of the National Council of State. The 1999 Constitution should therefore be amended accordingly to reflect the same. We further recommend that the traditional institution be represented by 3 traditional rulers from each of the 6 geopolitical zones, who shall be the chairman and or member of their state council of chiefs. Such representation in the Council of State shall be left to the discretion of each of the 6 zones. National Council of Traditional Rulers of Nigeria, that there shall be established a National Council of Traditional Rulers at the federal level. The chairman of the council shall be the president. The council shall meet twice in a year, and when the need demands arises. Membership. The National Council of Traditional Rulers shall comprise the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Chairman of State, Council of Traditional Rulers, and the 2 others, traditional rulers, each state of the Federation, and the Chairman of FCT, Council of Traditional Rulers. Function. The Council shall have the following function: to give general advice to the federal government, undertake and evaluation of traditional custom and usages with a view to proposing to government the elimination of those customs and usages that are outmoded, socially harmful, and incompatible with the national interest and the unity of Nigeria, and to promote the progressive ones. They advise the government on proposed development plan for Nigeria as seen from the grassroots perspective, to advise on religious and tradition matters, to promote and advise on art and culture, to deliberate and express opinion on any matter which is deemed fit to be of importance to the whole country, on which may be referred to it by the federal government, to assist the resolving boundary disputes, to curb communal clashes and conflict, to assist in the mobilization of human and material resources towards self-reliance and the welfare of the people of Nigeria, to ensure community resilience and stability, to carry out such other functions as the government of the Federal Republic of Nigeria may refer to it. I have long to read, but I think we have to go on stopping from here. Conclusion. I conclude this presentation by saying that the root major cause of poverty and insecurity in our nation, Nigeria, is the outright neglect and disregard of the traditional institution, which has inadvertently mortgaged the future of our children and put them at very high risk as we are experiencing today. It cannot be controverted that from the beginning of creation, culture and tradition are first before the imported protocol, but the reverse it is the case since the implementation of the 1999 Constitution, hence the present predicament of the nation. Adigi ahapu isi gworo otelaju. The time has come for us to right the wrong and put Nigeria back to its pride of praise in the community of nation blessed and endowed by Almighty God with milk and honey, natural and human resources, a stitch in time saves nine. If you want to succeed, we should go back to the basis, i.e. back to our root, and it is next by our forbearance to count one before counting two. I thank you all listening and believe that this August gathering and the 10th National Assembly will be willing to put this paper to work in order to actualize the dream and aspiration of the good people of Nigeria and the goods of our land. Let the renaissance begin for a better tomorrow. Nigeria, amana asu, asuo n'ikwe, amaga asu, asuo n'ala. Know ye today that traditional institution is the key to the successful of any government or administration. Thank you, and God bless us all in Jesus' name. Long live Igbo State, long live Southeast, long live Federal Republic of Nigeria. Ndi Igbo kwezuonu, ya dịrị nwoke mma, dịrị nwanyị mma. Ụbọchị nta anyị chụọ n'Owerre nchi. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ezendes in the Southeast. A round of applause for our divine traditional ruler, Eze Isi Okeke. Thank you very much. Please, in continuation of this exercise, we are going to invite the traditional ruler who is going to speak on behalf of Imo traditional rulers now. Thereafter, the Abia counterpart will talk to us. But very quickly, we would want any person coming to the microphone to please restrict his time to the allocated time. Therefore, I have the pleasure to invite His Royal Highness Eze Oliver Ohanwe to come and speak on behalf of the Imo traditional rulers. Thank you very much. Obi, you're welcome. You have only 3 minutes.
Yes. Igbo Kwan! Igbo Kwan! Igbo Kwan! Imo na Abia Kwan! Imo na Abia Kwan! Nigeria kwezuonu! Biko, ka m were ohere a nabata ndị isi oche aka na-achị Imo State bụ distinguished Senator Hope Uzodimma na-anabata osoje ya bụ deputy osoje ya bụ Her Excellency Dr. Chinyere Kemaru PhD yana dia ana m anabata nwa nwoke na-echekwa ndị Igbo bụ
Deputy Speaker, Federal House of Representatives, Okanwa, Benjamin, CFR, Onye Jagamba, Ibiaruola, Biko Kambari Buogu unu, Biko Adam Wine, Onye Kena Anuchi Anyam, Adam Ukwu Nwanyị bụ ihe, Right Honorable Miriam Onoha, ana m ekele gị ezigbo Adam, na-ekele ndị niile gị na ha so, distinguished senator o citizen asọ Babadu Odike, ana m ekele unu, ụmụnne ndị niile si abịa ọkaikpe, ana m ekele gị Chris, werekwa ohere a na-ekele Eze Imo, ana m ekele gị, udo dịrị unu, udo na ka m gụzuru ozi na ihe unu kwuru. Biko mụnwa bụ Eze Ọha ana m asụ oyibo mana eso m n'ọnụ na-ekwuru ọkaigwe, ndị ichie nụ n'ọkaigwe na ndị isi nụ n'ọkaigwe zone. Ọkaigwe zone wụ Imo steeti, Imo North. Biko ihe anyị na-ekwu bụ anyị hụrụ ihe unu wetara maka ndị eze. Yes, Deputy Speaker, anyị hụrụ ihe unu wetara maka ndị eze. Ọ bụ ndị eze bụ Chukwu ọdịnala, ọbasịsị m sị gị, ihe unu wetara anyị elebara ya anya, mana aga m ekwu otu ọ ga-esi bara Imo na Abịa n'ihi na onye abara ya bụ isi ya. O nwere ihe unu ga-eleba anya otu esiri na-ekwu ndị ga-awụ ndị isi tili ha nwụọ, mana anyị nwewu Imo na Abịa. Imo na Abịa a ga-etikwa n'ihi na isi butere nwa dị isi aga arụ gadina ebe unu nga ahụ anyị ga-esonunu maka agụọna m ndị ahụ họpụtara na ọ ga-awụ ndị isi ga-achịwa ha nwụọ. Ekwere ekwe mana ya ọ dị mma ibugharị. Nke ọzọ m na-ekwu bụ unu ga-eleba anya ihe a na-eme ndị eze. Ọba enwe na-echekwa obodo, ọba enwe mara ndị a na-enye nsogbu taa n'obodo Naijiria, mana unu ga-eme ya wuru na ndị eze anyị ga-enwe ugwo. Ọ dịghị mma onye ọbụla achịga ma ọ lokal gọọmenti ma ọ gọvanọ ya kulie mgbe ọ soro ya chụpụ onye eze ma ọ na-abụrụ ọ na-eme ka ndị eze ụjọ na-atọ anyị ga-eme ha anyị ga-eme. Unu ga-eme ya ote ọ ga-esi rute n'ime obodo dị iche iche ka ndị eze nwee ike n'ọrụ ha ọfụma. Ekelele m unu, na-asịkwanụ Chineke dutere unu, Chineke ga-edu unu ala, Chineke ndị Igbo ga-edu unu, gọzie unu na ihe niile unu mege. Ụkwụ unu jiri bịa ka unu ga-eji ala. Unu echefukwala ụmụnne unu echefukwala na Abịa na Imo wụ nwanne. Udo dịrị unu.
Thank you very much, His Royal Highness Eze Ọha. And please, the hall is very rowdy. Can we resume our seats? The program is still on. Right Honorable, the Deputy Speaker of the Federal House of Representatives, is still in the building. Please. Last but not the least on the lineup of the Ezes, can we hear the voice of the Eze from Abia State? We are inviting His Royal Highness Eze Love Nwogu from Abia State to move forward and lend his voice. His Royal Highness Eze Love Nwogu to please come forward and speak on behalf of the Ezes from Abia State. Please, can we be seated? Can we be seated? Let's maintain some decorum. Your Highness, you're welcome. Thank you very much.
Igbo bi Igbo ekele m nụọ Ndi Igbo unu abịala Your Excellency, the Executive Governor of Imo State, Distinguished Senator Hope Uzodinma, Your Excellency, the Deputy Speaker, Biko egwerela mmadụ na-agba mkpọrọ aha nabata mmadụ niile nọ ngana majasu udo dịrị unu niile wụ n'Igbo. Anyị anụla ihe unu na-ekwu maka ndị eze. Ana m ekele eze Imo onye kwuru okwu n'aha ndị eze niile dị na South East. Na-arịọkwa na anyị kwetara ihe o kwuru kama onwe anyị na-arịọ wụ ka ndị na-eme amend constitution unu biko kwafuo aha ihe onye eze ga na-arụ na community. Nga anyị nọ taa ọba uru na ịnụtiri mmadụ atọ ma mmadụ 10 na National Council of Traditional Rulers. Ndị eze enweghị ihe kpọrọ aha ha na-arụ na community, nwee ihe kpọrọ aha ha na-arụ na local government, ewere ha na-achịgharị ka ụmụ skuul. Unu nwanyị ndị ọchịchị ndị nọ na politics na-agagharị mba niile, unu ga-ahụ na ọnwụ ihe dị iche na eze ndị nọ na mba ndị ọzọ dịka eze ndị nọ n'ugwu na eze ndị nọ na ndịda ebe ka anyị, mana ọnwụ otu eze aha ka mmadụ niile wụ. Unu nye ndị eze ihe a ga na-arụ. Ndị eze enweghị role na constitution ya wụrụ ya. So nke ọzọ wụ biko ọ dịkwa mma onwe onye kwutere ya ebe a, nchekwa dị mkpa n'ebe ndị eze ma ndị niile ha na-achị dị. Ndị eze wu ndị ọdịnala nọ n'ụlọ asị chụwa ma na-eme community policing nke ọbụla na-eme ọ ndị eze ka eji na-arụ ọrụ, mana onwe onye na-echekwa ndị eze. Onye eze gba aka na-agagharị onye kpọrọ aha echi ya fụọ echi nwanne echi ya bịa kpọrọ gị ka enwee ike echekwa ndị eze. Ihe wezụga ihe ndị a niile m kwuru tinyere na ihe ndị eze abịa ndị eze Imo kwuru na ihe ndị ọzọ etinyere n'akwụkwọ, eguzo m na-akwado ihe eze Imo kwuru na ihe ndị anyị kwuru, enye ndị eze proper role in the constitution. Ihe ọzọ m ga-ekwu dịka onye si n'Aba bịa, anyị kwuru okwu, anyị tikwuru akwụkwọ ebe ahụ maka Aba State creation. Ana m arịọ onwe onye ọka ekwuru anyị okwu ka a kpọtuo ya ka ọ bịa kwuo okwu n'aha anyị, Chief Barrister Tio Nkire biko. So ọ gụna ihe m na-arịọ ka akpọ Chief Barrister Tio Nkire ka o kwuo okwu n'ihe anyị kwo bịa.
Thank you very much, Eze Love Nwogo from Abia State. Ladies and gentlemen, we are gradually coming to the high point of this ceremony. It is the time we set aside to hear the voice of our mothers. So please, at this point in time, I have the singular honor and pleasure, if she is ready, to invite to the microphone Honorable Dr. Blessing Mwaba to move forward and speak on behalf of the Nigerian League. If Mrs. Blessing Mwaba is around, please move forward and come and make your presentation. 2 minutes each. While waiting for Mrs. Blessing Mwaba, let me invite quickly Honorable Mary Ikoku to come and speak on behalf of the Merge Women.
Women, oh yeah! With permission with our leaders here and their excellencies, I want to invite all women groups here present and who have made submissions and in line to make presentations to please come forward so that we give solidarity to one another. Please, all the other women groups, can I have our lists? Dr. Adora Onyechere Sidney Jack For the reserved seats bill for Women Coalition, Dr. Ijoma Nne Udensi, National Council for Women's Societies, Nigeria, Ambassador Timothy Ihemmadu, Oganihu Imo Group, Barrister Mrs. Phil Amefule Fida, and Olebara Uchechukwu Anthony for elect her. A round of applause as the women come to the stage, please. Thank you very much. Adora, please. Dr. Blessing, you're here.
Thank you very much. Dr. Mrs. Blessing Mwaba is here to make her presentation, please. Can we talk to us?
Okay. Adora. Okay, go ahead. We'll flank you. Okay. The governor of Imo State, distinguished Senator Hope Uzodimma, the Deputy Speaker of the House of Representatives, Chairman, Constitution Review Committee, our own Right Honorable Benjamin Kano, the Governor of Abia State, ably represented, honorable members from the National Assembly here present, not forgetting our own dear Miriam Onoha, the only woman we see there, speakers of the State House of Assembly, ladies and gentlemen, for want of time, let me stand on already established protocols. This is a speech by Honorable Dr. Blessing Mwaba, Chairperson, League of Women Voters of Nigeria, Abia State, at the House of Representatives public hearing on the Reserved Seat Bill, Southeast Zone, Imo State, today, July 19, 2025. Today, I stand not just as chairperson of League of Women Voters of Nigeria, Abia State chapter. I stand here as a mother, a sister, a leader, and a patriot, burdened with the hope of millions of Nigerian women whose voices remain locked outside the gates of decision making. We have come to Imo State from Abia, not with complaints, but with conviction, not with entitlement, but with evidence, not with emotions alone, but with a message. The time has come for Nigerian women to reflect, for Nigeria to reflect on the full phase of democracy. And democracy is incomplete when half of the population is missing from the table. Is it not so? The People's Bill. Let me begin by expressing profound gratitude to our dear son, a beacon of reform and a bridge between hope and action, Right Honorable Benjamin Kalu. Sir, by sponsoring this bill, you have not only answered the cry of Nigerian women, you have answered the call of history. This is not just the women's bill, it is the People's Bill. The bill seeks to amend the Constitution to reserve 182 seats in the National and State Houses of Assembly for women. These are not token seats. They are tools to repair decades of exclusion. They are tools to repair decades of exclusion. They are seats of balance, justice, and national progress. We saw, we heard, we felt in Abia. In Abia, we held town halls, big and small. We sat with women in rural areas, urban centers, schools, markets, churches, and what did we hear? Give us a voice. They said, give us a voice. Give our daughters a future. We have waited long enough. This was what we heard. Men too spoke. They said, we are tired of carrying this country alone. Let our women lead with us. In Abia, the people embraced the bill. The message was the grassroots. The message from the grassroots to the educated elite was the same. Pass this bill and Nigeria will rise higher. Amen. Inclusion is not a favor, it is a force. Let us be clear, women are not asking for favors. We are asking for we are not asking for sympathy. We are demanding what is right, what is fair, and what is overdue. When women lead, nations thrive. Countries that embrace gender inclusion have seen their GDP grow up to 25%. Corporate boards with women record better profits and transparency. Peace agreements led by women last longer. Communities governed by inclusive policies are safer and healthier. On the other hand, the cost of exclusion is severe. Billions is lost in productivity. Poor education outcomes, higher poverty, and corruption indices. These are the cause of exclusion. Can Nigeria afford to keep losing this much? No. Can we really afford to waste the potentials of half of our population? No. We are ready. To those who ask, are women ready? We say we are ready. We are ready, right? The women are ready, right? Yes, we are ready. We have always been ready. It is the gate that has been shut against us. The bill opens this gate. This bill opens this gate. Yes, let's stop recycling excuses. Let's stop treating inclusion as a privilege. Let us do what is bold, forward-thinking. Nations do legislate equity. To the hearts in the room, dear honorable members here present, starting with our own right honorable Benjamin Kalode, proponent of the bill, we have had the power to shift Nigeria from this democracy, and we thank you so much. Yes, vote the bill. Yes, not just the women. Yes, vote for today. Vote for the future of your children. Vote for democracy. Vote for progress. This is our prayer. Thank you so very much. I therefore invite our he for she to make our presentation. Where is he?
Thank you.
Onye kam gakpo mama.
Please, from the next presenters, we've been given 2 minutes each, so that every women group here would have an opportunity to present. Biko umuwai ayebuloge 2 minutes. Biko, Honorable Mary, I trust you. Put your word, wrap your words in 2 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, the Deputy Speaker of the House of Representatives, Right Honorable Benjamin Okezie-Kalu, CFR, the Deputy Chairman, Princess, Right Honorable Princess Miriam Onoha, distinguished members of the 10th House of Representatives, Your Excellencies, all protocols duly observed. On behalf of Emerge Women, I want to also remember the Akajaja women. Akajaja women. Yes, over time, it seems all we are doing is very elitist. We have involved the grassroots women so they can understand what Nigerian women are fighting for. On behalf of Emerge Women Initiative and all the partner civil society organizations standing here today with me, we want to appreciate the leadership of the National Assembly and state governors for prioritizing inclusive governance through the additional reserved seats bill, among other critical bits under the ongoing review of the 1999 Constitution. Aligning us with other progressive nations advancing gender balance governance, the bill has received broad endorsement from public consultations, town halls convened across senatorial zones and constituencies. Thousands of citizens' signatures received nationwide. Mr. Chairman, in the interest of time, please allow us to formally submit the Constitution Memorandum and endorsement for your record and consideration. It is our collective prayer that the 10th National Assembly will seize this historic opportunity to treat the Nigerian Women's Bill and deliver its accelerated passage. 1. This memorandum presents the joint position of emerged women, female leaders, and partner civil societies all over the country in 4 critical electoral reform priorities. 1. The passage of the additional reserved seats for women bill. 2. Bill for citizenship rights to spouses of Nigerian women. 3. Bill for women inclusion in governance. And 4. Bill for indigent status of married women to their married places. Your Excellency, one primary reform priority we have here is the additional seat for women bill. This bill has been clearly mentioned by the governors and the Deputy Speaker, who is the sponsor, and we thank him very much for this extreme, beautifully done backing of Nigerian women. This shows the quality of man this Deputy Speaker is, and Nigerian women owe you world of appreciation. Madam Deputy Chair, we have State FCT here, National Assembly leadership for advancing amendments of this proposal. 1 additional seat, Senator per state and FCT exclusively for women, adding 37 seats. 1 additional House of Representatives are historic, strategic, and people-centered measures capable of delivering a truly representative and credible electoral system for Nigeria. The time for decisive, gender-responsive, and transparent reform is now. Make it count. Thank you very much, and God bless you all.
Onye kanga pa mama ne Chris Uche onye moronya ne Evangelist Mike Ikoku onye moronya ne Benjamin Ikalo onye moronya ne Governor Hope Uzodimma onye moronya ne Senator Citizen Aso onye moronya ne Asimo onye moronya ne
Hello. Hello. Music.
Thank you.
Great Nigerian women. Great Nigerian women. Your Excellencies, the distinguished chairman of this highly esteemed committee, we proudly recognize your presence. First, we want to praise you. We want to say thank you to the 10th Parliament for giving Nigerian women a voice. Without the able leadership of the Deputy Speaker, Right Honorable Benjamin Kalu, we will not be standing here again. You can imagine that we didn't have Right Honorable Miriam in this hall. Women's voice and his voice probably would not have been heard. I greet you, my leader. She is also representing my constituency, Hccr North. I greet you. I want to say that this bill is a bill whose time has come. It's a bill for you, my fathers,
It's a bill for you, my brothers, our Royal Highnesses. We all need you for this bill. All we are asking is that you take a look at the statistics of the Southeast population. Over 20 million, 9.8 are women. 0.02% of that number represents women in the National Assembly and in the state houses of assembly. We do not have a single woman in Imo State Assembly, none in Abia State Assembly, one in Ebonyi, two in Enugu, only one in Anambra. With a population like that and the lacking voices of our women, community development is a tragedy. So we adopt this bill, and we know that with this bill, the girl child in the Southeast can dream to lead. That we all can have a fair chance to say that democracy and justice has been proven in history by the representation of this 10th parliament. So we ask all of you that you do not think this is a woman's bill. It is a national bill for national prosperity, for Nigeria to lead, for Africa to breed, for Nigeria to come forward, for women to have a voice, for young people to believe, for the education to thrive. Because when women rise, Nigeria rise. I wholeheartedly submit. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your quick submission. May I now invite Barrister Dr. Ijoma Nne Udensi.
Igbo ndị ọma njem ọnụ Igbo mụrụ nze na ọzọ ụmụ nwaanyị ala Igbo ndị Southeast anyị ekelela unu. Ana m anọchite anya ụmụ nwaanyị gburugburu ruru ra ma ndị gụrụ akwụkwọ ma ndị agụghị ma ndị nwere nkwarụ ma ndị ahụ dị mma. Anyị na-esonye na-akwụdosi ike na-asị na echiche ndị 10th Assembly ime ka ụmụ nwaanyị nwee nkwuwa okwu na ime ka ụmụ nwaanyị nwee ọnọdụ n'ọchịchị obodo anyị Naịjirịa na ọnwa ihe oge ya zuru n'ọnụ, oge ya akụrụ n'ọnụ, mgbe anyị ga-enye ụmụ anyị, ụmụ nwunye anyị, ụmụnne anyị ndị nwaanyị ọnọdụ itinye aka dozie obodo anyị Naịjirịa. Anyị na ha zụrụ ụmụ anyị n'ọkwa dị elu, ụmụ anyị na-awụcha dọkịta, na-aga na injinia na ihe niile dị iche iche. Oge erule ka a nabata ụmụ nwaanyị mkpamkpa na ihe ọma anyị na-eme n'ezinụlọ ka anyị were ya bubata n'ala anyị Naịjirịa ka anyị mee ka ọ dị mma. Aji m aka na ụmụnne anyị niile ndị Igbo zuru oke, Igbo ndị na-emezi ihe emezi, Igbo ndị maara ihe na-agboo, ndị maara uru ndị nne bara, ndị maara uru otu ụmụ nwaanyị bara, ka ha bịa. Ụmụ nwaanyị bụ ala dị mma, ụmụ nwaanyị bụ ihe adịla mma, ụmụ nwaanyị bụ ọkpọta ya ezuo ọha. Nye na ụmụ nwaanyị nwantịntị oge tibata na anyị n'ọchịchị ka anyị gbanwee obodo a, tibata na anyị ka ihe dị iche mewe. Anyị na-ekele nwanne anyị Benjamin Kalu. Anyị na-asị ụtara na ofe tọrọ gị ụtọ. Igbo ndị ọma m ji eme ọnụ, ndị kpọm zuru ọnụ, ekele dịrị unu. Soro unu kwado ụmụ nwaanyị mee ka ọ na-aga aga. Udo dịrị unu. NCWS! NCWS! Great Nigerian women! Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. May I now invite Barrister Henry Goodluck Chilaka.
Your Excellency, the Right Honorable Speaking Deputy Speaker of House of Representatives, my job is very simple. Our mothers, wives, sisters, and cousins have said it all. Women are great stabilizers. Women are house builders. Anywhere they touch, you see significant improvement. It has been overemphasized. We don't need to emphasize the fact that women need this bill to be passed into law so as to stabilize our legislature, so as to stabilize our economy. This bill has been tested in Senegal, Rwanda, and South Africa. You bear me witness that the parliament of those countries are highly stabilized. Today we have examples that are abound. We have Ngojo Konji Iweala. She's doing marvelous. She won an election into the International Trade Organization. A president as strong as Donald Trump stopped her from being inaugurated. But as strong as she was, because she was a strong woman, she fought her way and was inaugurated. Today, she is enjoying her second term. Women will help to stabilize the economy. Right Honorable Deputy Speaker, please, sir, we know you are the lover of women. You love our mothers. You have done everything possible to encourage them. I know this bill is your baby. Women will bring about stability. They complement the effort of men. Wherever they touch, you see their mothers touch. Please, sir, do whatever is necessary to see that this bill sees the light of the day. I am speaking as a he for she. And for the men, do not be troubled. The constituencies they are looking for have nothing to do with the already existing ones. These are just very special constituencies carved out for women that will not affect the original constituencies. So you don't need to be disturbed. Just support our mothers, support our wives. They are the trailblazers. When they come in, Nigeria will move from where we are to a greater height. May God bless our mothers in Jesus' name.
Great Nigerian women. Great Nigerian men for she. Great Nigerian he for she. Please let me invite Barrister Mrs. Phil Amefule, FIDA Nigeria, for your 2-minute remark. Brief.
Great Nigerian women! Greatest Nigerian women! Yeah. Yes. FIDA Nigeria, International Federation of Women Lawyers, in conjunction with other partner civil society organizations, present priority electoral reform issue before this honorable house. So, Mr. Chairman, distinguished honorable House of Reps and State House of Assembly members, Your Excellencies here, our royal fathers, religious and political leaders, members of the press, distinguished ladies and women, ladies and gentlemen. Here today, we appreciate the leadership of the National Assembly and governors for prioritizing inclusive governance through the additional resources bill, among other critical bills under the ongoing review of the 1999 Constitution. This bill is pivotal. If passed, it will position Nigeria for accelerated, inclusive development, aligning us with other progressive nations, advancing gender balanced governance. The bill has received broad endorsement from public consultations, town halls convened across senatorial zones, and thousands of citizen signatures nationwide. Mr. Chairman, sir, in the interest of time, please allow me to formally submit this considered memorandum and endorsement for your record and consideration. It is our collective prayer that this 10th National Assembly will seize this historic opportunity to treat this as Nigerian bill and deliver its accelerated passage. Thank you very much. Thank you. I know we spoke the voice, yes, for all the women. It's for equity, just for equity. Support us, all the men. We are not in measure, we're not saying that we took over. We are only saying we are helpers. We are just helpers, competent helpers to move the country forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Ogagala, mewanye na bugihe. Ogagala, mewanye na bugihe. Ogagala, ewo mewanye na bugihe. Ojerola, wanye bihe.
Great Nigerian women. This is a
a memorandum on position of female politicians and members of Women in Politics Forum. Women in Politics Forum. I'll just summarize. First of all, I'd like to thank the Honorable Deputy Speaker for this great privilege. Now, for Women in Politics Forum in Nigeria, we have issues and recommendations. We support the proposed amendments and state assemblies, resulting in 182 new seats for women in national and state assemblies. 2, the temporary special measure clause for women representation across 4 electoral cycles of 16 years should be increased to 6 electoral cycles of 24 years to enable a review process. This is predicated on the need to ascertain progress on women representation and favorably increase the improved representation level at the legislative arm of government during the 7th electoral cycle. Lastly, we commend the provision of 3 additional seats for women per state in State House of Assembly and support their retention, as this will ensure there will be representation of women to change the current narrative where 14 women do not have a single female voice in the state. Call to action. The National Assembly to pass the bill without delay. All 36 states House of Assembly to adopt the amendment. His Excellency, the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, to assent the bill once passed. It is appalling to know that Nigeria stands alone as the only country in Africa that has less than 5% women in parliament. So please, the summary of our message is what? Pass the bill. Can I hear you say pass the bill? Pass the bill. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's a lecture here. Okay, that will be all for it. Thank you very much for your audience. May I have the pleasure to invite all the women who have presented. We have Uche. Are you Uche? Okay, please, 1 minute.
This memorandum is presented by Olibara Uchechku Anthony Chijoke on behalf of Electa. Electa is a non-partisan civil society organization advancing women's political participation, inclusive governance in Nigeria. I respectfully submit that this joint memorandum in strong support of 2 critical constitutional amendment bills currently before the 10th National Assembly. In 65 years since Nigeria gained independence, the country remains one of the most polarized, unequal, politically fragmented nations on the continent. Despite population, especially women, young people, and citizens disillusioned by political party structures, the consequence, a weakening social contract, growing distrust in public institutions, and economic stagnation. Electa therefore presents this submission in firm support of 2 pivotal constitutional amendment bills. Firstly, the HB 1630, a bill to amend provisions of the 1999 Constitution to provide a legal framework for independent candidacy. The independent candidacy bill seeks to amend key sections of the Constitution, including Section 65, 106, 131, 117, 177, 1221, I beg your pardon, to allow qualified Nigerian citizens to contest elections without political party sponsorship. Key provisions include nomination by signature requiring minimum of 10% of registered voters in relevant constituencies, INEC oversight to ensure verification of signatures and candidates' eligibility, security deposit to prevent abuse of this option, proposing a refundable if the candidate secures at least 10% of votes cast and equal access to ensure independent candidates are entitled to equal campaign rights as party candidates. This bill mirrors global practices with over 90 democracies, including India, South Africa, the UK, First Land. Can Finland and Kenya, which have implemented forms of independent candidacy preserving competitive politics without undermining party systems, it restores a sense of democracy, people-led participation, and the National Assembly should therefore demonstrate boldness and foresight by adopting HB 1630. Secondly, HB 1349 should also be adopted. It is important to note that this reserved seat bill is not permanent nor a favor. These seats are a time-bound measure to redress systemic exclusion. And finally, this moment demands courage, not comfort. The 10th Assembly has a chance to define a new era of democratic integrity, economic resilience, which grow Nigeria's GDP over 229 billion. Let us think beyond religion, region, and party. Let us prioritize nation building over entrenched beliefs. Let us remember that inclusion is survival, not sentiment. So we ask in one word, where economic power is shifting and countries are making deliberate investments in inclusive governance, will Nigeria step up or fall further behind? My name is Olebara Uchechku Anthony, and I represent Electa. Let us stand up for women.
Thank you very much, very distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I think the women have concluded. Are you still speaking? Okay. 3 minutes. 3 minutes, please.
Thank you for the opportunity to be here. I am from Alliances for Africa. It's an NGO. So really, we are just here to throw our support against the bill, which is in support of getting reserved seats for women. What we're saying really is simple. Amend the Constitution in such a way that more seats are included for women, not excluded. The bill is about inclusion of women and not the exclusion of men. Thank you so much.
Please, can we take the women's anthem, please? All across the nation, all across the world, women are begging to be free. No longer in the shadows, stay behind, but side by side with utility. So sing a song for women everywhere. Let it sing and ring around and let the earth. So sing a song for women everywhere. Equality, development, and peace.
Ngwana ebe unu agwala anụ ntị na anthem nke ndị ụmụ nwaanyị ka m gwa ọnụ nke ndị ụmụ nwoke. Your Excellency, Your Excellency, Deputy Speaker House of Rep.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Give me a
Let us quickly round up. We are progressing actually. Please let me call on Chief Charles Obonna to come and make presentation. 3 minutes, sir. 3 minutes. Or 2, please. Round up.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, permit me to stand on existing protocols. I want to speak on 3 issues briefly, and they are the establishment of state police, the long overdue creation of Bende North local government in Abia State, and the reconfiguration of the current Ikwa and Umuahia federal constituency into 2. Nigeria must now answer the call of the times. We practice a presidential system modeled after that of United States, yet we deny ourselves the critical tool of state police, which America and other advanced democracies use effectively. In our first republic, Nigeria had regional police. Yes, there was abuses, but the benefits, local knowledge, quick response, community accountability, were undeniable. Today, the Nigerian police force is overburdened, distant, and stretched thin. Centralized policing in a country as diverse and complex as ours has become outdated and ineffective. Let me quickly rush to number 2 because of time. Bende, not local government. Let me speak from my heart. Bende local government, as it exists today, is a historical injustice begging for correction. Bende is the largest local government area in Nigeria, both in population and geographical size. It is one of the few LGAs that have not been subdivided since 1976 local government reforms. Despite numerous others with less population and size having been split, some into 2 or even 3 LGAs. Why? The question has haunted the people of Bende for decades. In his wisdom, the late great governor of old Imo State, Chief Onuna Kasa Mumbakwe, approved the division of Bende into 3, but the military, as was often their way, annulled it. The documents from that exercise are still intact, and the present demographics only strengthen the justification for what was rightfully envisioned then. Creating Bende, not local government, is not a favor. It is a long-delayed recognition of reality. It is an affirmation of equity and a restoration of dignity to a people who have waited too long, suffered unrepresentation for too long, and carried the weight of injustice for too long. Please, let history remember this committee as the one that has listened. Let creation of Bende, not local government area, be your legacy to a people who have given much and ask only to be seen, heard, and counted. Additional federal constituency for Ikuano Umuahia. Lastly, honorable members, I wish to address the imbalance in the configuration of the current Ikuano Umuahia federal constituency. As it stands, the constituency comprises 3 large local governments: Umuahia North, Umuahia South, and Ikuano. This is highly unusual and inequitable. In fact, this is one of the very few constituencies in Nigeria that has not enjoyed fair federal constituency representation due to its size and complexity. Before the current democratic era, this area rightly had 2 federal constituencies. My respectful appeal is that we restore that structure and create Umuahia North or the Danyamu Federal Constituency and Ikuano Umuahia South Federal Constituency. This configuration will ensure better representation, more focused development, and a stronger connection between elected leaders and their constituents. In conclusion, Mr. Chairman, honorable members, I did not come here today to speak for myself. I carry the voices of communities long unheard. I carry the silent prayers of elders, the hope of youths, and the resilience of families who believe still in the promise of a fair Nigeria. Give us state police for our safety. Give us Bende, not local government, for our dignity. Give us fair representation through the additional federal constituency. I rest my case with faith in your conscience and in your commitment to justice. Thank you very much.
aka marama kanga kuru onye kwuru kwa ikpazo aka marama.
Thank you very much, most distinguished ladies and gentlemen. We are actually progressing. I crave your indulgence, Right Honorable Speaker, Deputy Speaker of the Federal House, that our speakers are still coming up simultaneously, still on this section. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, at this point in time, permit me to invite to the microphone Chief Barrister Peter Mbwemelo Ebendolu to please come forward and make presentation on behalf of Anim State Creation.
Your Excellency, Deputy Speaker, SSG Simukelegi, O Citizen Assassin Simukelegi, Mikey Ikoku, O Citizen Simukelegi, Benjamin Ekelemgi.
Thank you very much.
One Felix Ndukwe Ekelemgi.
Thank you very much, Felix Ndukwe. Immediately after the presentation of Barrister Mbwemelo, we will want to have the microphone over to Bishop Sunday Onoha to please come around so that immediately after Chief Mbwemelo, you take over. Thank you, sir. You're welcome.
I will abbreviate what we have here. But before I do that, I have the honor to say welcome to our guests. And with the permission of the Executive Governor of Imo State, distinguished Senator Hope Uzodimma, and the presence of the Deputy Governor of Imo State, Dr. Mrs. Ekomaru, the Deputy Governor of Abia State, may I also welcome the Deputy Speaker of the National House of Representatives, yes, yes. May I stand on the existing protocols ably formulated. In the presence of certain aspects of misery, man should be afraid, should be ashamed to be happy. It is well known and well proved that injustice anywhere is threat to justice everywhere. Even though General Yakubu Gowon declared at the end of this Nigerian Civil War in 1970 that there is no victor and no vanquished, and proclaimed his 3 R's agenda, to which reconciliation, rehabilitation, and reconstruction. The Igbos in the present southeast geopolitical zone of Nigeria are still suffering under the weight of the grudges incidental to the Nigerian Biafran Civil War. Perhaps this explains why in 2012, as part of his last words before he joined his ancestors, The legendary Chinua Achebe wrote a book that was a country. I will rush it and say, we have to remind all of us that the Nigerian Senate on 16th June 1983, that is 32 years ago, recommended the creation of a sixth state in the southeast. In 2005, the National Political Reform Committee Conference, led by Justice Nikki Toby of the Supreme Court of Nigeria, strongly recommended the creation of the sixth state in southeast zone of Nigeria for equity and fairness. Our governor, our distinguished governor, has made the case for the creation of another two states in the southeast. But I am here to emphasize and particularize the main reason why we are all here, and that is for our name. All we are saying is, give us an state. All we are saying is, give us an state. All we are saying is, give us an state. The Southeast geopolitical zone, as already said and recognized by everybody, we only have 5 states. Other areas have 6 states. In fact, one has 7 states. We are saying, thank you very, very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. We salute you, Elder Statesman Peter Mwemelu, for your presentation. In that same line of duty, ladies and gentlemen, I want to quickly invite to the microphone Chief Barrister Theo Nkire. Let him come around. Let him come around for this man to finish. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now talking about state creation. Having spoken about an state, we are inviting Chief Barrister Theo Nkire to come and speak for our state movement. Thank you, sir. Please round it up in a jiffy.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, our own son, a worthy son of Abia State, you're welcome, sir. Welcome home. I won't start until I recognize my own representative, the Honorable Ginger Onwusibe. Welcome, sir.
Okay.
There isn't time, so I'll go straight. Aba is the oldest state request in the nation. The first time Aba people asked for a state of their own was in 1954. And later, 3 years later, in 1957, before the Willings Commission set up to look into the problems of minorities in Nigeria, Aba people, for the first time, presented a formal request for the creation of their own state. In 1983, June 1983, the National Assembly, the two arms of the National Assembly, together recommended Aba for referendum. Aba was one of the states referred for referendum in 1983. That is 42 years ago. In 2018, after the Governors Forum, Southeast Governors Forum, visited the President with the Ohanese executive led then by Nyawodo. President Buhari told Igbo leaders that they should go home and select one state, a sixth state for the Southeast zone. They came home and the governors transferred this responsibility. Please let me be looking at the chairman. Transferred this responsibility to Ohanese, then led by Chief Nyawodo. Ohanese set up a committee under the leadership of the Deputy President General, Professor Ubu, a former Deputy Governor of Ebonyi State. He became chairman of that selection committee. And the National Secretary of Ohanese, Barrister Okuku, became the secretary. At the end of their deliberations, Ohanese selected Aba as the sixth state for the Southeast. I have in my request this recommendation by Ohanese, page 33 of our addendum, page 33. This is signed by Professor Ubu as chairman and Barrister Okuku as secretary. My Lord, Aba is a mini Igbo land. There is no family that is not represented in Aba. And when you talk of inclusivity, our present representative in your house is not an Aba indigene. We do not care. So we humbly request that after Aba had been recommended 42 years for plebiscite, and after Ohanese itself has selected Aba as the sixth state, it is time for this administration and for the 10th Assembly to create Aba State. There is nothing you can do for the Igbo nation that will be greater than that, because, to be honest, Aba will be the new Dubai. Aba does not need to go to the federal every month to get allocation before the state can deal with its own problems. Aba will be self-sufficient. We implore this National Assembly and this President to make it possible for Aba to be created into a state. Thank you very much.
Okay. From now on, every presentation will be 2 minutes because we are 2 hours behind schedule. We have to restrict it to 2 minutes. You announce your name, you give us 1 minute speech on your paper, and you deliver it to us so that we can take care of so many people who have presentation to make. Thank you.
Thank you, Right Honorable Deputy Speaker. Please, in continuation to that, as per the state creations, we have the pleasure to invite to speak on behalf of a Titi state. I am calling on Nze Fidelis Ozichukwu to please come forward. As Nze Ozichukwu is coming, I equally invite Onyekwere Uwezuoke to please come close and sandwich him in making presentation on behalf of Etiti State. Thank you very much. It's all right. You have seconded you to speak.
Yeah.
Yeah, you see, 2 minutes only, 2 minutes.
Okay.
Please, no protocol. Just straight to the point.
The right Honorable Deputy Speaker, all other protocols, please duly observed because of want of time. I am speaking on behalf of Etiti State, and my leader, Chief Ozichukwu, has asked me to speak for that. Simply put, I have 3 proposals. 1, for the creation of Etiti State, made up of the 6 local governments area in the Okigwe zone as at present, and then 2 local governments from Anambra State, Orumba North and South, 2 local governments from Olu zone of Imo State. Now, perhaps, that's either North and South. We have 2 local governments from Abia State, Isu Kwato and Umunnej. And then 2 local governments from Ebonyi, Ivo and Onhoza. These local governments, if added, will make up the Etiti State. And conceptually and truthfully, Etiti State, as we call it, is centrally located in Igbo land. From any part, any extreme of Igbo land, is equidistant to Okigwe, and the capital of this state will be at Okigwe town now. And we should know it historically. Okigwe province before is the only province that has not metamorphosed to a state, in which means that Okigwe town, as the provincial headquarters since the colonial days, is the only town that has not answered a state capital. And we therefore plead that this justice should be given to our people in central Igbo land. Again, we are proposing that presidency should be rotated for, by the 6 geopolitical zones. And if it is possible, presidency of 6 years, of single term of 6 years, is what we are proposing. Finally, we want to ask that with historical facts, Okigwe town is very accessible. Okigwe town has almost the same topography with Enugu as a town, and will all well kept and well maintained if the infrastructures are given. We therefore ask Deputy Speaker, sir, we know you are a man of capacity. The state will be very close to your state. I know too, your local government, Bend, is perhaps one of the local governments in the federation that has not been divided for anything. So we round off and ask, please, this entire people here, these men of timber and caliber, are asking that you help us get this state, Etiti State. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Go now and make presentation of your position paper. While that, I want to give opportunity to our daddy in the Lord, who has been patiently waiting to make a presentation here ever since. Ladies and gentlemen, let me, at this point in time, invite to the microphone Lord Bishop Sunday Onoha, President, Vision Africa Radio Station. You're welcome, my Lordship.
Thank you very much. Your Excellency and the Chairman of the Constitution Review Committee, we are standing here on behalf of Ndebende. All of us have been hearing people speaking on our behalf, so what we should have even done is to present our paper to Your Excellency. Everybody who has spoken here have told us how Bende local government has remained the only local government that has not been divided. I want us to recall that we are talking about Bende North to be carved out of Bende South. And when you talk about Bende, you are talking about the following communities: Bende, Item, Ozuitem, Uzuakwali, Ibere, Alai, Ezukwu, Ugweke, Itumbuzo, Mkpa, Ntalakwo, Umuimeni, and Umuhu Ezechi. Those are the communities that have made up Bende local government that has never been divided. You all will recall that during the time of Imo State, when we have Bende local government, the following local governments in the old Imo were in existence, and all of them have been broken into 2, into 3, into 4. Those were Aba, Abombise, Afikpo, Ahiazo, Mbaise, Arochukwu Ohafia, Etiti, Idato, Isialangwa, Mbano, Nkwere, Isu, Obiomangwa, Ohaji Ebema, Uguta, Ohozara, Isukwu Atok Igwe, Olu, Oru, Owere, Ukwa, and Ikwano Mwahia. All these local governments have been broken into 3 and into 2. And Bende has continued to remain one local government. And so Ndebende niba si oge ruola mbe eke Bende keke yozo eto mobo ozo eno bet ka itachi obu. Let us ask for 2. Okay? When Abia was created, the following local governments came into existence: Aba North, Aba South. And those used to be one local government. Aba North, Aba South was one local government, broken into 2. Arochukwu and Ohofia became 2 local governments. Bende has continued to remain one local government. And as such, we are asking that for sake of justice and equity, let Bende be broken into 2 between Bende South and Bende North. Biko echekwa ya ka koro ya ka biko. Your Excellency, in order not to bore you, looking at the population of the area in question of Bende North, we are looking at Item, Ugweke, Ezukwu, Alai, and Ibere. That will give us a population of over and almost 300,000 population. And most of the local governments are less than 100. And the remaining local government, which is our mother local government, which is Bende South, will remain Umuimeni, Mkpa, Ozuitem, Umuhu, Ezechi, Bende, Uzuakole, and Itumbozo. That will still be over 200,000 population. And as such, we are asking, Your Excellency, that in your good offices and the good heart of Mr. President, that local government be created and it will be viable, and we are ready to support you. And once again, we want to thank you, the Honorable Deputy Speaker, for your work, your hard work. You have represented us very well. We sent you, and we are proud of you. And God bless you.
Key.
Thank you very much.
Ihe m jiri like Benjamin Kalo. Ọ bụ na ị ga na constituency ya. Onye ndị ebe nye ndị ebe, onye ti ndị ebe nye ndị ebe, onye 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 ndị ebe nye ndị ebe. Aha. Benjamin, ihe ndị ebe nye ndị ebe, ihe ti ndị ebe nye ndị ebe.
Thank you. Thank you very much, very distinguished ladies and gentlemen. At this point, I want to invite Barrister Eze Okafor to please come forward and present his papers or a bill on behalf of the judiciary. Barrister Eze Okafor. After Barrister Okafor, we have Ambassador Tim Ihemado to present a paper on behalf of Oganiwimo. In absence of Eze Okafor, please, Ambassador Tim can come forward and make his presentation. 2 minutes, please round it up.
Thank you, Mr. MC. The chairman and members of the Constitution Review Committee, I respectfully recognize the Deputy Speaker, House of Representatives, Right Honorable Benjamin Okezie Kanu. I stand on existing protocol. I'm here representing the Oganihuimo Group. Oganihuimo Group, we have a proposal for key constitutional amendment to foster equity, security, and good governance in the southeast of Nigeria. Well, because of we are constrained with time, I have to really abbreviate and make short our presentation, and we'll subsequently submit the elaborate paper to the chairman of the committee for due diligence and action. Well, we are here and we support in totality the creation of reserved seats for women in legislative houses. And to address the gross representation of women in governance and harness the full developmental potential of the nation, we propose an amendment to section 48, 49, 91, and other relevant sections of the Constitution to create a specific percentage of reserved seats for women in the Senate, the House of Representatives, the state houses of assembly. Justification for this is born out of the fact that despite constituting roughly half of the population, women occupy less than 10% of the legislative seats. This disparity hampers inclusive policy making.
Please round up
and
to 2 minutes.
Denies the nation of valuable perspective.
2 minutes.
We also, we also support the creation of state police, and in furtherance to that, we also support in totality the free and compulsory basic education and creation of additional states for the Southeast geopolitical zone. And we support the creation as presented by the man from the Etiti State. This I submit. Thank you, and God bless.
Please, MC, announce that the next set of people should just line up, announce their names, make their presentation. We don't have time again. We have another meeting that is coming up. So call those who are listed. The hall is going empty. We need to round up.
Yes, at this point in time, sir, let me quickly bring forward members of the Labour Party to make their presentation, ably led by Barrister Callistus Ihejagwa, to please come forward. While they are coming, I call on Honorable Stanley Okwosha to come forward and equally go and submit their position paper.
Like we
and
said,
finally,
two
those
minutes.
that are here to present paper for Obako or Haji, to please come forward. Dr. Theodore Amunwa, to please come so that you can make your presentations and submit your document.
Please, two
Barrister
minutes.
Ihejagwa, please.
2 minutes.
2 minutes. The Deputy Speaker said.
Right Honorable Deputy Speaker, the Deputy Governor of Imo State, may I with profound humility rest on the already existing protocol. First of all, I must thank you for giving us the privilege to make our contribution to the ongoing constitutional amendment. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, I am speaking from a different point of view considering the presentation that have been made so far. We are speaking as opposition political party. I've had the privilege of reading the Nigerian Constitution from page 1 to the last, the Electoral Act from page 1 to the last. There is no provision that protects the rights of the opposition party. I know that as a critical stakeholder, we have rights and deserve to be protected. Mr. Speaker, I'm happy that most of the people remaining here now are core politicians. At one point in time in the life of a core politician, you must have found yourself in the opposition party. In every democracy, at some point the ruling party becomes the opposition and the opposition becomes the ruling party. As it is in Nigeria today, the opposition party have no protection whatsoever. We exist, I'm sorry to say, forgive me, at the whims and caprices of the ruling party. What we are appealing for are as follows. Number one, we demand with respect that the gains that were made prior to 2023 election and during the 2023 election, which were drastically eroded by the courts. For instance, the issue of Beaver's machine, electronic transmission of votes. The court said they were not contained in the Electoral Act or any of the laws, that they were mere guidelines by INEC. Mr. Speaker, Deputy Speaker, I want to plead that we use this opportunity of constitutional amendment to make provision for this very key aspect that will guarantee that our votes count, which is Beaver's machine, electronic transmission of votes. Also, it is our position that we support strongly the bill for unbundling of INEC. We cannot have a free, fair, transparent, and credible election under the present INEC. No matter who is benefiting from it today, ask yourself, if the table turns tomorrow, will you be happy with the present INEC? It is undisputable fact that INEC is overladen with responsibilities, and there is no clear legislative framework to streamline the activities of INEC. I'm happy that my very learned senior colleague, Chief Chris Uche SAN, is here. I've had the privilege of seeing him make submissions at the election petition tribunals. When you go there, you'll be so disappointed on what is going on. So INEC needs to be unbundled so that elections will be credible in Nigeria. Finally, because of time, it is our humble demand also that the judiciary should also be reformed. Two things we are asking is reforms of our electoral act, our electoral process, and reforms of the judiciary, so that he said I should hold on.
Conclude.
Okay, thank you. We are asking for electoral reforms and reforms of the judiciary. Oh, sorry, I didn't hear you. I'm so sorry, please.
All right, you can make your presentation.
Thank you, sir. In summary, we are asking for electoral reforms and judicial reforms so that our
Go
votes
and
will
make
count.
your
Thank you, sir. Thank
presentation.
you.
Sorry, Mr. Speaker. Just one word to you, please. Just one word, sir. On behalf, it's just a sentence I am making. On behalf of the women, we have asked for women inclusiveness. But at this point, we are asking for reserved seats for women. Non-contestable seats by men, just for the women. And it is just 35%.
Yeah.
That is all we are asking for. Thank you so much for this time. And we know we'll be represented in 2027 election. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think we have had enough of the presentations. If you have any other position paper, please kindly approach the Secretariat and submit it. And the only person that is going to round up this section now to speak to us under 3 minutes so that we can round up is, let me call His Royal Majesty Eze Thomas Obiwuru Obiefule to please come and address the House just in few minutes. His Royal Majesty Eze Thomas Obiefule to please come to the microphone.
MC, I think you are the one cheering now. You should call Princess Miriam to round up this section, please.
It's okay. The
Yes,
deputy chairman of the committee, please come around while Obiefule will just speak to us for 1 minute.
Presentation made at the Southeast Center B public hearing on the review of the 1999 Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria by His Imperial Majesty Eze Dr. Thomas Obiefule, MFR, FCEI, FNSM, the President, Association of Royal Traditional Rulers of Nigeria, the Deputy Chairman, Imo State Council of Ndieze. For one third time, let me go ahead. Yeah. Protocol, permit me to stand on the existing established protocol. Anyway, this is... Huh? Okay, please, let me go and present my papers to...
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Wasting time.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We want to round off this presentation right now. Yes, no, it's past. Dr. Chidimba, please walk forward, go straight to the Deputy Speaker and present the opposition paper.
Please call
We are rounding
Miriam.
off this
Miriam
particular
should round
exercise
up.
by inviting the Deputy Chairman of this committee to do vote of thanks so we can round up. Right Honorable Miriam Onoha, please.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, the Deputy Speaker, Right Honorable Benjamin Okezie Carlo, Her Excellency, the Deputy Governor, Imo State, Dr. Ekomaru and the husband, Distinguished Senator Osita Ezunaso, Honorable members of the House of Representatives and members of the House Committee on Constitution Review, delegated to serve in this Southeast Zone B. His Royal Majesty Ezimo and other traditional rulers here present, chiefly my own, Eze Oliver Hamwe. Let me recognize specially the Speaker of the Imo State House of Assembly, Chike Olembe, ably represented by my own brother, Gogo, who has made a wonderful presentation on his behalf. I have my brother here, who is the Chief of Staff to the government of Imo State, and my own big brother, Chief Cosmos Iwu, who is the Secretary to the government of Imo State, my sister, Ruby Emele, the Commissioner for Chieftaincy and Local Government Affairs, my leader, Chief Nze Ozichukuchuku. I want to salute all of us, the members of Imo State House of Assembly, expanded ESCO, Ndeze na cabinet hano eba biko ekelele mono omuwai ekele mono the youth ekele mono. Let me thank the governor and the government of Imo State, His Excellency Distinguished Senator Hope Uzodimma, CON, for hosting this very well attended, well planned and organized public hearing for the House of Representatives Committee on Constitution Review. I lend my voice to also thank his brother governor of Abia State, Dr. Alex Chioma Oti, who was also here and represented by his deputy governor. Permit me to assure every stakeholder who has made presentation today that the 10th House of Representatives will not treat issues that have been presented here with kid gloves. It will not be business as usual. No longer will it be rhetorics. But we assure you that every presentation here, be it for local government autonomy, state creation, reserved seats, gender inclusion, and every other issue raised will be treated, received, documented, and given expedited action. On behalf of myself and the Speaker, House of Representatives, Right Honorable Tajuddin Abbas, and the entire 10th House of Representatives, their leadership, and the chairman of the Constitution Review Committee, here led by His Excellency, Right Honorable Benjamin Okezie Kalu. I want to thank you, and thank you, and thank you very much for coming. As you go home, may God take you peacefully and safely to your respective destination. Sew your clothes, be happy. Next time we meet, we'll be the signing into law of most of these bills. And take your time to also explore Imo and discover the hospitality that Imo is known for.
This section is hereby declared closed. Thank you very much.
May we rise for the national anthem.
Nigeria, we have our own native land. Those tribal tongue may be differ in brotherhood we stand. Nigeria, all are proud to serve our sovereign mother.
May we please allow His Excellency, the Deputy Speaker, to leave with his entourage, and before we can make exit.
Carlo, onye mere gesi game ya Carlo, onye mere gesi game ya Deputy Governor ndị Imo State Chinyere Komaru Chukwu gọziere m gị Ositizi na Sochi gọzie gị Onye mere ngezi ga-eme ya onye ahụ mere ngezi ga-eme ya Yezemo 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 meno ya Yezemo 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 mewaya chinyere komaro Yezemo Yezemo mewaya Yezemo 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 mewaya ice food
walks of life across the two states in the south. I'm sure the same thing happened in the Center A at Enugu and all across the southern region of this country. So Nigerians are embracing democracy, constitutional democracy, knowing fully well we can't change things in this country except we touch the ground-up and make it what it's supposed to be. So, impressive outing. And
are you worried that the two states presented different positions on creation of state?
You know, when you come to public hearing, you have varieties of opinion. But these states' positions, they are not the generality of the opinion of the people from those states. It's the impression of whoever that has presented, I want a state, I want to say I don't want a new state. But generally speaking, in the southeast, the truth is that there is this agitation for one extra state for them to balance up what can
You forget yourself. I mean, take your interview here, record them. I collect it from your.
Oh, well, I would know. And this guy recorder. This guy recorder. Bria. I recorded. No camera. I collect